Slap my hand.
I did too.
Let me tell Kimberly one quick thing before we get started.
Order in the court. It's not time yet. We got 1 minute.
All right, simmer down now. Simmer down. We got 1 minute.
Simmer down.
Simmer down. Now that is not a phrase that was in my vocabulary. It would have been shut up.
I guess I should put up my board docs, shouldn't I? Okay, now it's way too quiet. Look, on my phone. It's okay. All right. I'll just follow it. It's okay. Okay. It is currently 6 o'clock. Oh, yes. Today is Monday, May 19th. It's a little dreary out, but there will be flowers blooming soon enough. And it is actually, anybody who's down in the Springs, it was hailing down there earlier. So welcome to our regularly scheduled board meeting. This will be our last one for May, and then we'll have 2 more in June before we break for the next school year. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ms. Wood, would you take the roll?
Mr. Brown.
Here.
Mr. Norris.
Here.
Mr. Schwartz.
Here.
Dr. Shank.
Here.
Ms. Upchurch.
Here. Okay, can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? And would our DECA students lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, A1, approval of agenda. Fellow board members, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Ms. Upchurch, I'd like to move to approve the agenda as presented.
Seconded.
There's been a motion to approve the agenda as presented and a motion to second that. And if there's any discussion, then we can
Yeah, I think Ron might have a discussion on that one.
go for it.
Yeah, there was one item I'd like to pull out of consent agenda so that we can spend a few minutes on it at our next either working session or board session. It's the one with respect to the agreement to provide food service for Monument Academy.
Okay,
I'd like to ask that we just make sure we understand, in the spirit of best utilization of assets, that we just understand how that program has evolved over time. There's been significant cost changes in a lot of those areas, and I just want to make sure the board has a chance to set eyes on it.
what we can do, if it would please the board, is when we get to our consent agenda, there may be some other items we'd like to pull out of consent to discuss. So if it's okay, we can keep the motion as presented, and then when we get to our agenda for our consent agenda, we can pull it and either table a discussion or discuss a discussion when we get to consent agenda at that moment, if that works. Does that work for all of you?
Yep.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, seeing none. Ms. Wood?
Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mr. Norris.
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz.
Aye.
Dr. Shank.
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch.
Aye. At this time, we're moving right along to B1, our special action item, and this is to consider and approve the selection of our new superintendent. Is there a motion and discussion?
Yeah, Ms. Upchurch, I'd like to move to approve the resolution for the appointment of Amber Wetstein as superintendent of schools for Lewis Palmer School District 38, subject to final contract approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I think it might be appropriate for me to pass out the final version as reviewed by Ms. Wetstein, myself, and legal counsel to make sure each board member has a hard copy.
Okay. While you're passing that out, I'm going to take privilege to say that I just wanted to share that the D38 Board of Education found both of our internal candidates for the position of superintendent to have, thank you, strong interview skills and very distinct leadership strengths. But ultimately, we landed on Amber Wetstein as our identified candidate to enter into negotiations with. And Amber brings a proven track record of successful leadership that is grounded in 2 decades of experience across every level of education, from classroom teacher to interim superintendent. And that depth of service allows Ms. Wetstein to swiftly identify needs and translate them into meaningful results for students. And she has consistently demonstrated that every student is her top priority, and she's anchored her decisions on what will best serve our learners across D38. And she was equally committed to growing others by designing leadership pipelines, coaching, aligning professional development so that our talent continues to flourish in D38. And you have presented a strategic plan that reflects a clear, actionable vision for the district's future. You've aligned the needs of students, staff, and the broader community, and you've proven your dedication and commitment to our district through thick and through thin. You've engaged with stakeholders, committees, community groups, and you're even enrolling your own student in D38. So you've shown that this is where you want to stay. Ms. Wetstein has also accomplished many of the goals that we've set forth by actively listening, building consensus, developing the people that are around her, and she leads with empathy, collaboration, integrity. You cultivate trust in your decisions, are guided by your strong knowledge of the education landscape regionally, statewide, and federally. And then finally, I just wanted to share that your leadership style can inspire your staff and our students and raise community confidence. And you have demonstrated yourself to be a steady, forward-thinking leader who brings both stability and momentum to the next chapter of student success in Lewis Palmer D38. So thank you, and if we all agree, then congratulations, but we have to wait. Anyone else want to add to discussion? No? Mr. Brown?
I mean, I would just echo what you said, so appreciate Amber's willingness to step up and take on this role, and I think she'll do a great job in that role.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you for all you've done during some difficult periods, which I'll discuss during board comments. It made it very easy for me personally, to make this decision, because it's been kind of a rocky year. But rocky, as they say, smooth seas don't make good sailors. So I think we will be better sailors from here on in.
Excellent. All right. Ms. Wood, would you take the roll, please, for the vote?
Was there a formal motion?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Was,
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
aye. Congratulations, Ms. Wetstein.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take, thank you. I do want to say just a couple of words. It has been a privilege to serve Lewis Palmer School District over the past 4 years, and now a tremendous honor to accept the responsibility of serving as superintendent. During my time here, I have grown to deeply admire and care for this community, our values, our commitment to excellence, and most of all, our unwavering focus on students. I'm truly humbled and sincerely grateful for the trust and confidence you have all placed in me. Leading a district that prioritizes academic excellence, community partnerships, and the future of every student is a responsibility I accept with excitement and determination. To our students, you are the purpose behind every conversation and decision. Your growth, your dreams, and your successes will always remain at the center of our work. To our staff, I see your dedication and your high standards each and every day, and I pledge to support your efforts, celebrate your impact, and help create the conditions where you can continue to thrive. To our families and community members, strong schools are built on strong relationships. I look forward to working together with transparency, mutual respect, and shared purpose as we continue building opportunities for all learners. And to our board, thank you for your leadership, your trust, and your partnership. I am excited for the journey ahead and look forward to all we will accomplish together.
Thank you, Ms. Wetstein. Congratulations again. Okay, can we get some photos of our new superintendent?
Just
Pending approval of contract?
just her alone?
No, yeah, just her alone. No, I'm kidding.
I've been
Oh, the whole
practicing
board.
my
I'm
pose.
kidding. We're going to do Ms. Wetstein's family and we'll do the board as well.
Okay.
Why don't you get your family up there first?
Yay.
Well, look at that.
Oh,
It's official. You have a name tag. You have a nameplate. It's official. And with that, but wait, there's more. We'd like to move right along. This is going to be, we have a full packed meeting tonight, so we're going to move right into our first C1 Elevate 38 recognition and student achievement. And we would like to invite Ms. Matizik to the podium to introduce our barobotics coaches and students for this special recognition. And then the coaches are probably going to speak briefly and highlight this year's competitive achievements. And we're going to get them out the door quickly because one of our coaches has to make it to his own spouse's affirmation with the town of Monument this evening. So with that, Ms. Matizik.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, President Upchurch. Again, I'm Amy Matizik, the Director of Communications. And for our first Elevate 38 recognition tonight, we are going to recognize our barobotics team. And this program, if you didn't know, began in 2011, and it includes students in grades 9 through 12. They design, fabricate, and build large industrial-sized robots to compete in a 3-on-3 game on a field that is just slightly smaller than a basketball court. Their team recently qualified to attend the world competition in Houston, and they finished 14th out of 75 teams. They truly are a world-class team, and with a new Career and Innovation Center coming, I know that they're going to enjoy larger access where they can prepare for competitions. So we do have with us tonight some of their coaches, Matt Middleton and Eric Vandenhoek, and they're going to tell us more about their team's success. They've got a video to share with us, and then we will present them and their students with a plaque. So you may come on up to the podium.
You can bring your whole team with you, Matt.
Yeah. I think they just thought they were going to get to sit and watch. Okay, this is 4 out of the 29 students that we had this season. The reason there are only 4 is partly because over half of our team is graduating tomorrow. So 16 graduates this year, which is by far our largest senior class that we've ever had. It's going to hurt. We're in a major major recruiting and building effort for next year to try to find more, but 3 of the 4 students here represent next year's leadership team. So we have Catherine Dalton, who's going to be our team captain for next year. You will be a junior,
Yes.
correct? Nick Opresco is going to be our strategy lead next year, which is a huge role for the team as well. He'll be a sophomore. Keith Fletcher is going to be our special projects team, which given the changes coming with the new facility, and there's going to be a lot of special projects there, you'll be a senior. And then you are leaving this summer. But, so we were lucky enough to have you on the team for about 3 months, 2-3 months. He was actually part of FTC last year as well, so he's kind of double dipped. So knowing that Eric has to get going here, I'm going to be a little brief. As Amy described kind of briefly, we are part of a truly international competition that's part of a larger organization. The acronym is FIRST, which stands for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology. We are one of many levels of that organization. We're the biggest and strongest robots. As Amy mentioned, the actual numbers this year, there were 3,690 teams around the world, and truly around the world. Just this year, we've competed against teams from Armenia, China, Taiwan, I'm going to forget some, Israel, I mean, on and on and on and on. So it's truly a unique experience. I can't think of anything else where regularly at actual competitions, students get to interact with teams from other countries. Not to mention the other states we compete with, which I think this year we're well over 25 different states as well that we've competed with. So it's a huge organization. At the World Championships this year, which we did qualify for, that 14th out of 75 was just one of 8 divisions that were there. So there were 600 teams from around the world, the best of the best, across 8 fields. We were against some of the strongest, most well-known teams in our particular division, and finishing 14th was an amazing accomplishment. So all around, there were a lot of firsts for us this year. No pun intended on the acronym, but this was also the first time in program history that we won a competition as a first pick. The only other time we've won a competition was in 2019. We were a second pick. Frankly, we weren't very good that year. We played defense bot. We were kind of a specialist. We earned our way this year, as evidenced by some of the metrics that I'm going to give you. So that occurred at the Oklahoma Regional, which was our second event. First event was our local one in Colorado. That one, we did decently. I think we finished 10th in that one, went into the playoffs, did okay. Students made some very mature engineering design decisions after that event. We were a pretty unique robot this year in that there was a major scoring element of the game, climbing element. We did not have it. We made a conscious decision. We tried to get one on there, kind of fell a little short, went into our first comp. They made the decision not to put one on after that, which was, in the grand scheme of things, a very bold, risky move, and it paid off huge. They wanted to focus on what we had and improve what we had. Our performance jump was massive from our first event to our second event, as evidenced by the fact that the #1 team at the Oklahoma event was the defending world champions from 2024. They jumped over 5 other teams that were actually very, very good and picked us as their first pick to go into playoffs, which was a very big testament to our capabilities. So some of those metrics, it's kind of hard to, we don't have ESPN or, AP rankings or anything, but we do have a thing called StatBodies, which kind of ranks everybody on some pretty even keel metrics across the whole world and across multiple years. So let's throw some metrics out there. 81st out of 3,690 teams this year. That's top 2.1% in the world. 62nd out of 2,927 teams in the U.S. Pretty much the same exact percentage, top 2.1. #2 in Colorado. Now again, the other teams around us in the state and world rankings had that climbing element, which was a major scoring boost. So we were actually #1 in the autonomous portion and #1 in the teleop portion, which was kind of the main chunks of the scoring elements of a typical match in the state. we had some pretty, just in our division at Worlds, 9th, 5th, 8th. I mean, you're seeing some pretty repetitive numbers here. So comparison-wise, I went back, just wanted to play around with it. The best this program has ever done was top 14th percent in the world, and that was in 2023. And that was 460th out of 3,000 some odd teams. So huge, huge, huge jump this year. And I think having some of the opportunities at the CIC is going to even cement that for the future. There's some very particular things there that are going to be unique opportunities this program has never had before. So we thank you for that in particular. But great year. Shout out to the Enterprise. Nice swag. Got these shirts, T-shirts, hats, hoodies, all produced at the Enterprise this year, which that's another huge opportunity. Just before I hand it over, we'll jump into a video here in a sec. Special shout out to Jess. Thank you for all of your help and support over the last year. We've kind of had a whirlwind. Been a lot of changes for our program. She's been a great advocate of ours, and we can't thank her enough. So just wanted to say that specifically. So if we want to cue up the video, we just wanted to show what we're going to pull up here is this is so it's a best 2 out of 3 in the finals at a competition. This was the second final match. We had, even though we were playing with the defending world champs, believe me, you just have to trust me when I say we both held our own together. They actually had a hiccup in our very first playoff match. Just freak occurrence. One of the game pieces got stuck in their robot. They couldn't score. So we had to carry the whole alliance that match. We ended up barely losing, fell to the bottom bracket, and had to fight our way back through. But we got all the way back to the finals. These matches are 2.5 minutes long, so we'll watch video here. We're on blue. You don't need to know what's going on. We'll just watch this. So this, you can kind of pay more attention to all the background noise. So we had 2 other teams from Colorado that traveled to Oklahoma for this event. They were all on the sidelines going nuts, cheering for us. They weren't even in it. They were going absolutely bonkers cheering for us. This place is loud. Music's blasting. Everybody's screaming, going nuts. So we have the match, and then it switches over to a video that our photographer took of our group right when they went to announce. So you got to remember, this has been many, many years coming. This is the culmination of this 16 seniors this year busting their tails, really working hard throughout this whole off season leading up to this. They fell so short last year. You kind of get to see the emotion happen. So we'll just let it roll.
3, 2, 1, die!
Here we go. Finals match number 2 is underway.
So we're on the far
Autonomous
side of the
mode
screen
in
there for
effect.
406
Drivers not
right
touching
now.
the controls.
So these first 15 seconds are fully
5
autonomous.
seconds
Nobody's
remaining. We've got
touching.
Coral already up on top for the Blue Alliance. They're going for 6. They've done it. Blue Alliance with 5 on the board. Red Alliance with 6. We're leaving autonomous 54-51. It's going to be incredibly close. We've got 45-22 getting lined up, doing what they do best, putting that Coral all the way up top. On the Red Alliance side, 1986 takes that Algae, puts it up in the top of the net. It's currently tied on Algae points. 45-22 takes that last Algae out of the reef for
I
the
was
Blue
screaming
Alliance.
in my home, in my.
Puts it up top and it's good.
Can't handle it. So by the way, Tom Upchurch, which is he's an alumni of the program. Mrs. Upchurch's son, he's one of our mentors as well. So.
I was watching that match, not gonna lie, screaming in my car.
Driving?
No, yes, pulled over.
Good answer.
So if you want to fast forward it to about the 3-minute mark or so, we can just, you got an idea of the match.
5. Round of applause for both of our alliance.
No, you're fine. That's okay.
It's going to show, it'll show who won. Yep.
We have this. This one might or might not have
So one of the things we say about Barebotics is it's not just about the robot. We do a lot of leadership. We work on leadership very hard. Our students are actually the leaders of the program. One of our graduating seniors wrote up a testimonial. He couldn't be here tonight. I really wanted him to present this, but I will read what he wrote for us. It's Von Slivka. Here's something. When I joined Barebotics as a junior, I was quickly introduced to what real leadership could look like. Before that, most of the leadership roles I'd experienced were just titles, positions that didn't come with much responsibility or impact. But Barebotics was different. I was thrown into the world of mechanical lead in my first year. I entered a whole new world. I soon realized that the leadership isn't about being the best at something. It's about helping others become better. It's about mentoring, supporting, and uplifting your team. That experience sparked a true passion for leadership within me, and I've carried that into other areas of my life. One of my coaches, me, told me about an opportunity called Rocky Mountain Youth Leadership, of which I attended last summer. I learned more about leadership in 1 week than I thought possible. At the end of the conference, I was honored with the Madden Award for Outstanding Student. Since then, more doors have opened. I competed in the Military Order of World War's Phoenician Essay Contest, a national competition, and was awarded second place and the Patrick Henry Award. I was also selected for the National Youth Civics Summit, a program that brings together 20 students from across the country to meet political leaders, experience Capitol Hill, participate in simulations, and explore places like the Supreme Court, Pentagon, and the State Department. None of that would have been happened without Barebotics. It introduced me to real leadership, challenged me to grow, and helped me discover a part of myself I might never have known otherwise. I'm incredibly grateful for everything this team has taught me, and I know I wouldn't be where I am today without it. The next step in my journey is to attend Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Prescott, Arizona, where I hope to continue that growth of leadership and bring with me every ounce of knowledge and experience that I gained through this amazing program. So that's what we try to do with our students. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions or anything for the team?
I just want to say thank you, and it's always inspiring to watch how much you guys have grown. And the other part of that video is where they're still picking up the tubes and having to put them on the. It's so neat to watch. And I might or might not have been in a CASB board of directors meeting, and one of my colleagues was sitting next to me watching the basketball games, and then another colleague and I were sitting there watching together because our teams ended up forming an alliance. And we're supposed to be focusing on our agendas, and instead we're quietly yelling. So congratulations. So let's get a quick photo, and then you get off to the Town of Monument meeting, sir.
Thank you.
see what happens next year. Our next recognition, we have lots tonight, by the way. So, our next recognition is our Student Achievement for D38's Enterprise and DECA. And Ms. Matizik, you will be sharing with us and inviting the podium our Palmer Ridge High School teacher and DECA advisor, Mr. Brady Hansen. And Mr. Hansen will then speak briefly, as I understand it, about the Gold Certification Award.
That is correct, President Upchurch. I am so pleased to have the opportunity for us all to honor the DECA program from Palmer Ridge High School. DECA, if you're not familiar with them, is an opportunity that teaches students about marketing as well as business. And their school-based enterprise that we heard a little bit about earlier was recognized at DECA's International Career Development Conference in Orlando, Florida last month as they received gold certification. The enterprise is a standalone business for them that produces print jobs, embroidery. They'll tell us more about it, I'm sure, but it operates as a full business. And to receive their gold certification, an organization like theirs must submit a 40-page application explaining how the student-run business demonstrates various marketing and retail standards. So to tell us more about their program and how they have earned this gold certification, we do have with us the advisor of the program, Mr. Brady Hansen, and a number of his students. So I'd like to bring them all to the podium and we can learn more about the successful DECA at Palmer Ridge High School.
All right, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Congratulations, Amber. It's exciting to be here and brag a little bit about our DECA program. The Barebotics team has already left, but I'm glad that they were able to model some of the merchandise that we've created at the D38 Enterprise. So for those of you who don't know, DECA is a marketing business organization. I think we're pushing almost 300,000 members globally now. And this past April, we spent almost a week in Orlando, Florida, competing with schools from all over the United States, Canada, Mexico, Ethiopia, Germany. Last year, I had coffee with some students from South Korea. So it truly is international. All the students up here were able to attend. I've got Rhett Jones here, Claire Monroe, who will be our president of the club next year, and Roxy Palmer as well. So they compete in more individual competitions. Sometimes it's just a role play. You're given a scenario, and you're given about 10 minutes to prep on how you would solve this business situation. Maybe it's a customer service problem. And then you present it in front of a judge. So to be recognized at the international level, 17,000 high school students attend. And to be able to get on stage is pretty extraordinary. And we had 2 finalists this year. So that was pretty exciting. One of the highlights of it, though, was the school-based enterprise, which the students behind me will be in charge of next year. So my title of the enterprise is the CEO. I'm really just the face. But the students run it. So every year we're going to create a hierarchy, kind of a business organization. Somebody's going to run marketing. Someone's going to be the director of sales. Someone's going to head public relations, et cetera. And the students run it from top to bottom. So thanks to a grant, I'm going to highlight Jess McAllister as well. We received a really substantial Innovations in CTE grant last year for about $250,000 that took MoCo, Monument, Colorado, a student-run business that was run in the corner of a classroom, to now its own building just south of here. And that, I guess it used to be a daycare. And we've taken over half that building. And now we print T-shirts like the Barebotics we're wearing. We do embroidery. We're doing print jobs. We have a sublimation machine. We're able to do quite a bit. So, and it's really taken off. This year, we were hoping to do maybe about $25,000. And last check on Wall Street, I think we're approaching $70,000. And all that money, what's beautiful about it, all that money stays within the district. So we have some great partners in the Monument area, Northern Colorado Springs area, that does customization. but every dime that's spent at the enterprise stays in the district and goes to help these students at DECA competitions as well. So we brought our own trophy. So this year we received gold recognition internationally. And you can see there's a few holes here. Each year we'll have to get a recertification to get recognition for it. So we don't just create this grand big 40-page program and present it, but we have to maintain the business and prove that we've have success, continuing success and growth over the next 4 years as well. So, I think with that, that's all I have to say. So, any questions at all?
Team?
I guess I just want to congratulate you guys as well as the Robotics team, right, to do something of this magnitude on a global stage against school districts and others that have 5 to 30 times our population is very impressive. So congratulations.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, actually, because I think the recognition for our high school as well, we have 72 members this year, 54 of whom went to state, which is held at the Broadmoor every year. It's been held at the Broadmoor for 62 years, I think it was. When I was in high school, I went to the Broadmoor. But we also had 14 students from state go on to nationals, too. So great achievement amongst our small, humble district as well.
Yeah, it's a storied program.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say how impressive this is and what you're doing, and I'm super excited to see what the future looks like.
Thank you.
Echoing Dr. Schenk, we had a chance to see the program actually over at Palmer Ridge and see the students in action. I was very impressed with the program and the knowledge and the passion that the students had, so it's a great program.
Excellent.
And we've also seen it over here at the new building, and it's just exciting to see the work that goes into it, and it's just seamless. It's very impressive. So congratulations also on your achievements, and congratulations on launching a successful enterprise, and congratulations on just the team in general on 54 that went to state. Congratulations on that too. It's excellent. Thank you.
Should we take a picture?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have our students introduce yourselves?
I'm Brett Jones.
I'm Claire Monroe.
I'm Roxy Palmer.
I'm willing to bet that we see the three of you here in the boardroom again next year. Okay, our next Elevate recognition is Ms. Matizik is going to introduce our new, our Lewis Palmer, actually not this one, our Lewis Palmer Middle School Principal Courtney Harrell and our Lewis Palmer Middle School GT teacher Amy Robinson. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
No problem. Okay. So next up, we are going to honor a teacher from Lewis Palmer Middle School, and that's Amy Robinson. She was recognized by the local chapter of the Air and Space Force Association as Teacher of the Year. But it gets better, because then she also captured the state level award and will now move on to the national competition. Amy Robinson, as mentioned, she's a gifted education teacher, but she knows how to make science, technology, engineering, and math fun and engaging for students. She inspires them while also preparing them for tomorrow's technologies. We are very pleased to have with us tonight Courtney Harrell, the principal from Lewis Palmer Middle School. She's like, yeah, this sounds pretty good.
She got promoted too.
From Lewis Palmer Middle School with us, and she is going to tell us more about the amazing Amy Robinson, and then we'll present Amy with a plaque.
Oh, great. Amy, come on up here. Well, thank you so much for this time and for taking the opportunity to recognize one of our most incredible teachers. As Amy was saying, Amy Robinson is being honored as the Teacher of the Year for the Saijan chapter of the Colorado Air and Space Forces Association and has been recognized as the State Teacher of the Year. Her award was presented this morning at our staff meeting, and staff were just elated for her. She does so much work and partners so well with our teachers, our students, our wider community as well. And so in gaining this honor, it really is an honor for the entire school as well. Since the start of her career, Amy Robinson has championed hands-on real-world STEM learning. Drawing from her experience in science education, she created Ops and Challenges courses at Lewis Palmer Middle School. Those courses simulate challenges of real-world space missions, integrating Colorado science standards and encouraging teamwork, critical thinking, and problem solving. Last school year, during the 23-24 school year, the Pilot Ops and Challenges course enrolled 37th graders who tackled robotics, gravity, and life in space. Through those hands-on projects, they built and coded Lego Spike Prime robots for Mars mission simulations. And within that, they were analyzing rock samples and constructing Mars landscapes, in addition to documenting the missions themselves with student-led media teams and press conferences. So she really goes at it in a very holistic and global manner. Students worked in these teams mirroring NASA roles, building both technical and collaboration skills, and this approach led to ever-increasing test scores and growth even among our most advanced students. Amy's impact at LP Middle has increased the number of students who are identified as gifted in science, which is just a true testament of what our students are capable of doing and getting the recognition for it, in addition to the challenge that they deserve to have in their education. She has raised science test score and tripled the program participation in a single year. Due to high demand, she expanded the program to 8th grade this year, ensuring that STEM success is continuing for those students. As Colorado State Teacher of the Year, she is going to be competing for the National Teacher of the Year. We're hopeful. I mean, you've only got 49 people to beat out. It's not that big of a deal. We are exceptionally proud of you and your impact on students, the fact that you empower them to such great heights, and we are just incredibly proud to have you as part of our staff, and we know that your heart is always in teaching. So, congratulations, Amy.
Thank you.
Do you want to do the whole board this time? Yeah. It's only one person.
Yeah. It's easier to do pictures when there's small.
We can squish. You know how. 2 rows. 2 rows? Oh, I guess I'll be in the front then, because I'm short.
So excited.
Let's have Amber and Amy, can you switch places? And we'll have Amy in the middle. Okay, step this way a little bit more, so we can get Mr. Brown.
I stood by the tallest person in the entire room.
We can do all this after the meeting, right? It's just a minor.
Well, if you trust me, I can fix the things in case.
can sign the signature pages.
Absolutely not.
Again, congratulations, and we're excited to see, and we're very hopeful that in August we will have another award to present. Okay, moving along, but wait, there's more. At this time, I would actually like to invite a past board member, Ms. Teresa Phillips, to the podium to introduce Mrs. O'Connor. And as many know, Mrs. O'Connor will be retiring this year, and so we wanted to do a special shout out and recognition to our Lewis Palmer High School principal. Oh, we're going to do a roasting.
Could very well be.
Thank you. Are you comfortable? Miss O'Connor, Bridget, it is my privilege to be able to say a few things to honor you this evening. There are not adequate words to express the level of your impact over the years and the appreciation of our efforts, of your efforts. On behalf of Lewis Palmer School District 38, students, staff, and our entire community, this is my attempt to try. Bridget is committed to connection. As a teacher, a coach, a counselor, an administrator, her message in word and action to students and adults alike is that she cares. While principal at LPHS for the past 6 years, we have witnessed her commitment to students in myriad ways. Shoveling snow at dark hour so students were safe walking into the school. Welcoming students in by name every single morning as they came up to the door. Celebrating as they discovered and created their own pathways. As easy as this sounds, she also never shied from walking along with students who were struggling deeply. She delves into difficult conversations. She has attended too many funerals of young people, yet she used the heartbreaking experiences to fuel her commitment to understanding and leading efforts in the area of social emotional wellness, not just in her school, but in the district and in the greater community. One of her underpinnings was always to allow all voices to be heard in order to come to a greater understanding. Toward that end, a Pikes Peak community member added, Bridget coordinated with the Youth Documentary Academy to lead a powerful coalition focused on youth mental health, using student-created films to spark dialogue among families and students. She also invited mental health specialists to host workshops for parents and caregivers of teens experiencing suicidal ideation. Her leadership helped create a supportive, stigma-free space where families and students could better understand and connect with one another. One of our young alumni may have said it best. She started initiatives around mental health, things that actually helped, not just posters on the wall. She invited students like me to be part of building them. That was her leadership, grounded, human, and deeply intentional. Bridget built a culture of unity in her school based on her knowledge and skill of leadership, which is founded on empathy and compassion. I don't know of many high schools that have mottos such as family, it's who we are, or LPHS, it's where you belong. In all actions, she communicated to her students that they matter and she cared every day. Bridget is one of the most well-read people I know in the areas of communication and leadership. She constantly reviews and researches information regarding human potential and growth, specifically seeking insight from the brightest minds the best authors regarding how humans can continuously develop and improve across all aspects of life. I can't recall a meeting in your office when the conversation didn't turn to a specific book or article, and often you'd share your copy with me or anyone else in the room. Bridget is constantly learning. She has a capacity and a motivation for learning that is contagious. A parent commented, "Bridget is an inspirational leader who creates opportunities and futures that wouldn't otherwise exist. She's willing to be unreasonable in the best sense. She never lets reason stop her from tackling incredibly difficult challenges, and if it's what's best for her students and staff." Well, Bridget, you have done that. And at all points, you kept young people's academic and overall well-being central. One of your staff members wrote, "Bridget weighed and measured every decision with the highest bar, which are her core values. She was courageous enough to act on those cans that had been kicked down some very long roads. Some of her choices weren't popular or made some folks angry, but she took the darts, some aimed at her heart, because she knew she was doing what's best for kids." So beyond your years attending D38 as a student, returning here to serve a decade as an administrator at Lewis Palmer High School, beyond the 30 years of serving education in the Pikes Peak region, beyond your countless hours coaching and mentoring, we recognize you as an exemplary person who has inspired so many of our young people, not to mention your staff and parents. You are forever part of the D38 family. To conclude, I could not articulate it better than this student's reflection. Ms. O'Connor's impact will continue onwards with the people she has touched. If not anywhere else, then certainly it will continue in the ways I lead my life. Thank you, Mrs. O'Connor, for your exceptional service, and congratulations on your retirement.
You may be seated. If you're not familiar with the concept of an Irish goodbye, it's where you are at a meeting and you just sneak out the back and someone later says, where'd Bridget go? I and my family am known for Irish goodbyes, and Vicki spoiled mine by inviting me tonight. Thank you to Teresa and all the people that contributed to that. I was talking to my mom before coming here tonight, and I realized this is my 50th year in District 38 because I started kindergarten in 1975. To help give you some history, I started at what is now Palmer Lake Elementary. That was our only elementary school in 1975, if that gives you some perspective on this district and what it's been through and how it's grown and how it is today. I first want to thank my K through 12 teachers and coaches because they are the reason I'm here today and the person I am today. Obviously, graduation is tomorrow. And as a high schooler growing up in Monument, all you are wishing for is to get out. You just want to leave Monument. You want nothing more. Because I think you assume that the rest of the world is just like Monument. And you get to college and you realize that the rest of the world is not like Monument. And not everyone had the teachers that you did and prepared you the way that D38 has. So I thank all of you for your role in that. It's very special. When you get out into the world and you realize that what you had is very, very special, it draws you back, which is why so many alumni are returning to D38, especially for education, because they know that this is different. I'm truly blessed. Some of the students, Vaughn, the Barobotics quote, is a Lewis Palmer student. I'll see most of you again tomorrow at graduation. We have just some of the most amazing students you can imagine. I think Lewis Palmer High School is exceptional. And I don't mean that in an elite, arrogant way. I just think we go about our business very differently, and we always have. We work really hard, and we make sure that we take care of each other, because that's really what we're about. I want to thank the Board of Education. You guys have been incredibly supportive. Please keep doing so for the principals and for our staff. I know that finances are tough, but support goes a really long way. And thank you for the freedom to lead as a principal. Thank you to the executive team. And thank you to the tremendous families and parents that I get to work with. So thank you. I've got to go home and work on another speech, and I'll see you all tomorrow at the World Arena.
Bridget.
Picture first, though.
I know. I'm not crying, you're crying.
We're going? Let's go. I don't know. I started something.
We need some purple in this.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Bridget, there were some words that came to mind as Teresa was talking, and that was some moving words. Thank you, sir. There's some words that came to mind while you were talking that I want to share. Legacy. There's truly an O'Connor legacy. Advocacy, inspiration, care, strength, friendship, support, leadership, love, initiative, and passion for your students and your staff. And thank you for being my student's person. Thank you for all you've done for D38, from kindergarten through principalship. I don't know if that's the right word, but thank you. You will be missed, and you have big shoes to fill. Do you want to say anything else, team, or are we good? I had a feeling.
I'll keep it brief, maybe. I know how much you hate this stuff, but you've earned it. You set the bar correctly very high on a consistent basis from the first year you were here until now. So now everybody knows what good looks like. It's exactly what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. One more time. And now you can have your Irish goodbye. Okay, our next item on our agenda, that was hard. Those were, Ms. Phillips, those were incredible words that you shared. Thank you. Okay, moving along to C5, public comments. Dr. Shank, would you like to read our public comments?
Yes.
You want this? No, I meant she's going to read the...
Right. At this time, in accordance with policy BEDH, the board will hear comments from members of the public who have signed up to speak. It is our goal as a board to continuously listen and improve, and we invite members of our community to speak publicly for a total of 30 minutes. Speakers will be allotted up to 3 minutes each, and time may be divided equally if more than 10 individuals wish to speak. Groups with a united concern may be asked to appoint a spokesperson. The Board of Education does not expressly or individually respond to public comments, and to this point, comments expressed do not represent the position or opinion of the Board of Education or D38. Finally, we ask that you keep comments shared appropriate for our PK-12 audience and respectful at all times. Should you have an issue with a staff member that you would like addressed, please consider sharing these criticisms and concerns with the superintendent, who is responsible for supervising all staff and involving the board as necessary.
Thank you. Our first speaker, we have 2 speakers tonight. Our first one is Chris Thomas.
Miss Upchurch, I inadvertently forgot to load the time clock, but we'll just trust the speakers to kind of keep things in line for 3 minutes.
We have 2 good community members they'll be fine.
Thank you for tonight. To the school board, the administration, I want to thank each and every one of you for all your time and all your hard work. For the past 20 years, I've been a resident, former parent, a volunteer, and a teacher for the district. I've worked with many of you over the years. And as some may know, this past school year, this year, will be my last in the district. This was a very difficult decision to make, and for many reasons, but the main reason was the teacher pay. I want to plead with the greater community that when, and it will be asked again, that when the district comes to the community to support an MLO to raise teacher pay, I beg you, the greater community, to support that ask. This ask is not only for our teachers, it is for each and every single student within our schools. It's an increase in pay for teachers. An increase in pay for teachers will keep our dedicated teachers here. It will allow our teachers to a living wage to support themselves and not be stressed month after month, especially those on a single income. We will move back to a district where teachers stay for years and are a presence for years for our students. The hardest part in my decision was that I will not be here to see my students grow and to check in with them randomly in the hallway or in the community, to give them a big hug and get one from them. Had my salary been comparable to what I will be receiving in the new district, I would have had no decision to make whatsoever. I would have stayed here. So what people can understand, the pay difference, my new salary will be just shy of double my current salary. Not $15,000 or $20,000 a year, but almost double that. That is a huge difference. We are seeing our scores drop and people asking why and how do we increase those scores. I'll tell you right now that this district needs to retain our teachers and not be a training ground for new teachers. And a major piece of that is to increase teacher pay. I've learned so much about funding and the expectations of the state on our district, and that our administration is doing everything possible to maintain a community and maintain our teachers. But that can only go so far. And we, teachers, paras, transportation, and beyond, have been for many years wanting, praying, pleading with the community to financially support our district, our teachers, and ultimately our students. For the past 20 plus years, we have repeatedly been on the losing side, and it is time we were on the winning side to raise our teachers' salaries. I will miss this district dearly. My students, my families, and a school that has been a home to me and to my family for the past 20 years. This district and community will always hold a very special place in my heart. And when that MLO goes on the ballot, I will be here to work to bring home a win for our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. And your students love you. Gordon Reichel.
Amen. Without teachers, a building is nothing. You speak for a lot in the community. What I wanted to talk for a few minutes is the assistant superintendent. But first, honor, integrity, that's what our community sees in you. We are delighted that you are going to be our leader, and thank you for taking on that burden.
Thank you, Gordon.
The school board did a great job working through and identifying the process on how to do the selection and the interviews. Alicia was the facilitator, and the phrase that pops into my mind is she knows how to herd cats. There were 35 people on those 3 boards, and you handled it exactly like that. The only thing you missed was the horse to be herding the cats around, so that was a great job. My question is, what are we going to do about an assistant superintendent? You brought that bond to the community as the assistant superintendent, and with your elevation, we now have a question. It will be impossible to replace you. You have left an agenda on this school district that will be difficult to exceed with your leadership. That will be a good step forward. Do you need assistance? There's been some discussions at FTC and PFAC about whether there will be a replacement for the superintendent or you will take on all those tasks. I recommend to the school board that would be a burdensome, potential difficult job for one person, no matter how outstanding she is, to be able to do that. Please consider in the near future what your expectations are, your job descriptions, roles, and responsibilities. Publish that and proceed to finding an assistant superintendent. Obviously, you're a key element of that. Your inputs and your working relationships that you will find will be a singular, like you don't have anything else to do, high priority task to do quickly. I believe you need an assistant superintendent. So please consider that. We're looking forward to your process to do that task. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you for your passion as well. Okay. Thank you to both of our commenters. Both of your words resonate. C6, board member comments and reports. And Mr. Brown, I know it's just because you're at the end of the table. It's your turn.
I have to look at it changing my name so I'm not first, because I'm not a good public speaker to begin with. But following all that we've had tonight, it's a tough one. I can't believe we're already at the end of the school year. It's been quite the month with all the end-of-year celebrations with the senior students. Loved getting to participate in the teacher appreciation events we've had at every one of the schools. I made all but 1 or 2 of them. I think I missed 2. Had the opportunity to meet our new principal at Prairie Winds, Ms. Brenyan, so all the exciting end-of-year activities, and can't believe it's already at an end. And looking forward to probably our favorite event of the year tomorrow is handing out the diplomas.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite the whirlwind here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Schwartz?
I think you're kind of good at this stuff, Todd. I attempt to do board member comments infrequently on purpose. One is our meetings are too long. Two is I try to do less and make them more impactful. Tonight I have 4 things I would like to cover, and I will go quickly in the spirit of time and sticking to my 3 minutes. The first one is a review and a recognition of the Barebotics and the DECA Awards for 2 reasons. They both have one thing in common, and that's innovation. And that is still what we do best in this country. It's what we've done best, at least for the last 100 years. And it's why we are where we are. And if you think about the families that bring us the kids that we have the privilege of caring for and educating 9 months out of the year for roughly 8 hours a day, they give us the foundational elements for this success that is very disproportionate for the size of the teams that we draw from. And that's impressive. And there has to be some foundational elements to some of this extracurricular STEM and innovative stuff. And Jessica McAllister was mentioned for her efforts in doing this. And here's what I would tell you. She's a dynamo, but she's just getting warmed up. No pressure. And the best is yet to come. As the CIC comes online, more students engage, and we take our disproportionate success to the next level. That's thing one. Thing two is heartfelt congratulations to Amber for this well-deserved promotion, and probably more importantly, the steps in the process you took to get here. I was engaged in not negotiating, but discussing, because there were no negotiations, her compensation plan. So if anybody in the public has a question about it, feel free to come to me, number one. Number two, I want to tell you 2 highlights. In every step of the way, she had 2 major things in mind. One is to set an example for the community that she was willing to commit, sacrifice, and put personal and financial skin in the game, which she has, and to make sure that she's at a peer level with her employees at the executive staff level and the teachers. And she's done that. So kudos for you, to you, for everything Gordon said. And that's integrity and skin in the game. Most of your peers would not do that. You've distinguished yourself. Third thing, I had, and I'm a little disappointed Bridget is not still here. I had an opportunity to sit in with Tiffany on the Ranger of the Year Awards. For those of you that may be watching or sitting here not familiar with it, it's essentially an award given to a student in each of the 4 classes for extraordinary cumulative work, mostly extracurricular. And there was one that stood out to me that I wanted to highlight here and hopefully to those watching live or later on streaming. Was a young man who is a wrestler, and I'll make the story as short as possible. His wrestling coach presented the award, and this coach was phenomenal in terms of being articulate, professional, and heartfelt all at the same time. Wouldn't you agree, Tiffany? Yes. The story is very simple. This kid came as a freshman. He walks into practice. At the end of a couple of practices, he says, "Coach, I don't think I can do this. It's too hard." And the coach says, "Oh, you can do hard. You just have to commit to the work." He did. And he went through this process. He won the Ranger of the Year award. He's on a full scholarship to Otero State College for wrestling. Here's the good part. That's not the good part. He's the first person in his family to go to college. Mm-hmm. He, according to his coach, he had several very tough decisions to make through his high school career that could have had him end up on a very different path. But he didn't. He chose this one. So when I went up to him afterwards and congratulated him, what I told him was this. What you've done is extraordinary, but that's not the good part. The good part is the 50 or the 100 kids in your wake that have observed what you've done and will probably do what you do. And I bring this up only for this reason. That's the value of public education. Because you never know who your next Michael Jordan or Albert Einstein is going to be. And everybody in this country deserves that chance. So kudos to the districts to continue to do that long after we are all gone. Last thing is, tomorrow's the best day of the year for us. It is our reward for whatever hours, blood, sweat, and tears we put in to this job. And it is the culmination of us having done something right as a district and a team and a set of educators. And it's also the future of our country. So congratulations to all of you for every night and every weekend. And Chris, to you and all the teachers, for all the baloney you put up with to get to this, because this is what it's all about. And what they do in the next few years and the people that are in their wakes, that's what really matters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shorts.
Did I miss my 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, I owe you all next
Yeah.
time.
Don't ever ask me a question you don't want the answer to.
Dr. Schenk.
Well, as I was sitting down to write some notes, I did a kind of mind dump, and here's nothing, or something. As we finish this school year, I want to thank my fellow board members and the D38 executive staff and others for the work we've accomplished this year as a cohesive team. Being on the Board of Ed for a year and a half has shown me how much a group of committed, caring, and focused on outcomes people can accomplish despite difficulties. Difficulties are to be expected. That's one of the things that I've learned in my many years on the earth is that the outcome measurement should include with difficulties, because there always are difficulties. We expect them, or should expect them, in life and work, and the quantity and quality of work accomplished and difficulties overcome is actually what we do. We overcome difficulties. As a team, we accomplished a lot this year, despite, and I would say even because of the difficulties. Difficulties teach you a lot. I congratulate us for having very clear priorities and getting them accomplished, and look forward to doing the same going forward. I'd like to call out just a couple of instances where I think we made really good progress, but I will likely forget some and will be embarrassed about forgetting them when Tiffany talks, because I am every single time. It's like, oh, I forgot about that. As a board, we approved the purchase and refurbishing of an industrial building in our district, which will very soon be used for career training. Educational research and our community has pointed to the need for this, and as a result, we will be soon putting this effort into practice. I am very excited about the advantages that we'll be offering our students. As a board, we worked through the issue of what to do about Grace Best by analyzing a great deal of information provided by Melissa and Brett, and subsequent costs provided by them, and as a result, we made the decision to raise the building so the land will be available for a future to be decided purpose. The prior fixes made to Grace Best were unable to prevent the older parts of the building and the systems from having a close to end-of-life status. Spending huge sums of money on fixing it were unfortunately not possible or practical. And if we did spend the money, if it had been possible, it still wouldn't have provided a facility that met the current or future needs of the district. Until the board made the Grace Best decision, and I think this is something a lot of people don't realize. The district was unable to secure plans for the D38 programs and services that had been housed inside of it: Barebotics, HSEA, and transition services. These programs and services are very important, and both Barebotics and transitions will be utilizing space in our new CIC building, and the HSEA program will be getting a new modular building on the D38 campus. Many decisions for these services and programs are still ongoing. So people, when they ask questions, the answer to many of those questions is we will be making those decisions going forward, more decisions going forward. We appreciate HSEA and transition staff and parents in helping us make these decisions, and we are really glad for their input. We're also glad for the input from Barebotics as we move forward. And as one board member, I see our current progress this year as simply the initial steps forward in meeting their needs. Also, as one board member, I want to emphasize, and this is just me, how valuable I think the Grace Best property is, and hopefully in the future it will be used well and for the benefit of our D38 community. As you know, the school board also had to deal with superintendent issues this year. As one board member, I feel that we worked well and quickly to move forward with the least disruption possible for our schools and staff. I'm not saying it was easy, and I'm not saying it was always seamless, but I feel that we helped navigate these issues well, with help. You can see the outcome of working together for the needs of our students and our staff in tonight's announcement of superintendent. In talking directly with others recently, many have agreed with me that the entire process that the board and executive team went through to get to this place, while difficult, actually helped us arrive at the right place. We learned a lot, all of us. I am aware that some have questioned these decisions, and I understand the need for making sure things are done appropriately and legally. Please know, however, that the board requested and accepted high-quality help from our HR director, Mrs. Welch, along with help from our legal team and our interim superintendent as appropriate. Ms. Wetstein spent months of conscientious, enduring service to our community during this time. Ms. Welch and Ms. Wetstein are major assets to our district and to the board and to the executive team. They helped us, along with many others, gain desired outcomes this year despite these difficulties, and I applaud them. Many others have helped us this year. Parents, students, teachers, building leaders, community committees, and many more. You all rock, and I know our students benefited. One of the things I most want to remember as we move forward is that help comes in many forms, and if you helped us get it all done this year, I applaud you and ask you to help us continue to succeed. Helping us succeed comes with a positive attitude, the willingness to dig into the details and test your biases and assumptions, constructively cooperate, and listen hard. I'm proud of us for doing this difficult work together and getting through these difficulties as a group. And I look forward to continuing down this very, very constructive path.
Thank you, Dr. Schenk. Mr. Norris.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk a little bit about the GELT, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Monument Academy, okay? As it relates to the GELT, 61 brand new students for GT identification, in addition to 15 students who had areas of identification added to their current one. So we've got a lot of growth there. It represents 8 different buildings and 7 different identification areas and demonstrates an expansion of our program beyond traditional academic areas. So good job to the folks there. As it relates to Monument Academy, high school held its graduation ceremony for 23 graduates. It was a wonderful ceremony that featured the orchestra and choirs performing, as well as speeches from our class body's chosen speaker, Josiah Elmer and Victorian Charlotte Weitzel. Speeches from Officer Max Ellis and Board President Ryan Graham were also very impactful for the students. It's sad to see our seniors go, but we're excited to see the impact they'll have on the community. Middle school was announced as Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase School. This was an outstanding achievement, speaking to the wonderful culture that the administration team, staff, and students have set. We look forward to building on this positive culture in the future. And it's wonderful to see how the parent community is so involved at Monument Academy. The number of parking issues we've experienced at the elementary school over the last couple of weeks has been significant, as parents have been coming in to volunteer for various events, including field days, performances, core knowledge days, class parties, and promotion ceremonies. We're grateful for their significant contribution to the identity of the Monument Academy. And I guess last but not least, over the last 30 years of leading groups of people building airplanes, culminating in modification of aircraft for our war fighters, I like to take pride that I ruled with an iron fist covered with a velvet mitten. And I subscribe to performance punishment. And if you don't know what that is, that's when you do your job so well you get awarded with other people's jobs. And based on how awesome you are and how amazing you are and what a great member you are to this community, I say you get both the superintendent and the assistant superintendent role. Those are community words, by the way, of how awesome you are. So congratulations and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir. Well, mine, for once, is not as long. Usually I'm the longest, and this time I'm probably going to be the shortest. I first want to say that this is my favorite time of year. It's the busiest time of year. But it is amazing to see the culmination of why it's so important that we put students first. And I am honored to be a part of this school district and this board, where each of us, there is no one distinct person over another. We all are a team, and we work as a team to remember that students are first. And our district administration, our building leaders, our teachers, our families, we always stay focused on students first. And as we have been around the buildings and the district, and there's just so much to share that I would make it a long speech if I did. But suffice to say that it's really exciting to see, even tonight, how our students here in D38, how we have such strong leaders and innovators, and we've celebrated our students of the arts, and we've celebrated our athletes. We've celebrated academics. We have a Betcher winner this year, for example. And us as a board, the compensation is not great, but the best reward and the best compensation is indeed tomorrow. And handing those students their diplomas and seeing the work that they did alongside with their families and their teachers, and how this community really, really leans in and takes care of our kids. At the same time, I want to gently remind all of us that we cannot rest on our laurels. As shared with us by 2 of our community members tonight, with passion and commitment to who we are in D38, that we need to continue to grow and be better in serving our students and our staff. And so I celebrate, but I also we're not done yet. But wait, there's more. And finally, Ms. Wetstein, congratulations. The story that I've watched your story evolve over time being on this board. And your story is inspiring. And what you have brought to our school district and who you are and the leader that you are and the strength and the endurance and the tenacity and the leaning into, again, putting our students first. That's the word that comes to mind tonight, is inspiring. So again, congratulations, and I am so excited to see what D38 has in store for us with you at the helm. I'm just sad that I don't get to be a part of it for much longer, but thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you to our staff for your service, and thank you to our community members and our parents for leaning into our kids. And congratulations to the class of 2025. Ms. Wetstein.
Well, wow. I hope I can present this official superintendent's update this evening and give it its due honor. I just am so absolutely humbled and excited to serve in this role, and I want to thank each of you as board members for all of your support and your trust in me, and I do believe there are great things in our future. And with that, I am happy to present the superintendent update. So as you've already heard this evening, this is one of the busiest times of year in the school district. And so I'll present a few highlights happening around the district this month. First, students at Lewis Palmer Elementary School enjoyed a favorite annual event, STEM night, actually STEAM night, with the bonus of an art show this year. The event included a school-wide scavenger hunt with families searching for their child's artwork. Learners also had fun with science stations that included designing magna tile creations, experimenting with bubble art, and a dragon snack station where they could breathe smoke. Thank you to our Lewis Palmer Elementary staff for hosting an inspirational science and art event with more than 350 attendees. The Lewis Palmer Middle School Choir took to the stage for their spring performance. The evening was a joyful celebration of music featuring the 7th and 8th grade choirs and the 8th grade musicals class. A highlight of the event was the finale performance when the choirs were joined by the school's first ever staff choir. Congratulations to these music students and their choir director, Lee Meyer, on an excellent performance. We also had the opportunity to celebrate our Lewis Palmer High School house build project, which is now complete. We are incredibly proud of our D38 construction students who completed the inaugural house build at LPHS. The project took 2 years to complete and started with only a couple of weeks planning in the classroom. Plans are for the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house to be sold and relocated. Congratulations to these students who have gained invaluable experience to apply in life and careers after graduation. And district leadership and the Board of Education together launched a first annual arts recognition program for our seniors this year in collaboration with our Arts Education Advisory Council. 16 seniors from Palmer Ridge High School, Lewis Palmer High School, and Monument Academy were congratulated on their decisions to include the fine arts in their post-secondary education plans. We wish them all the best of luck after graduation as they aspire to do great things with their musical and artistic talents. On May 7th, Bear Creek Elementary transformed into Camp Read-A-Lot for a magical evening promoting the love of reading. From reading under the stars, which featured a cozy and creative campfire setup, to hearing from community friends at the Pikes Peak Library, the night provided many fun activities to encourage reading with our young learners. And 3rd through 6th grade students in Kilmer Choir took the stage and shared their Broadway Beat performance, which took place on April 23rd. The students choose to meet before school each spring as an extracurricular group. The event this year was extra special as it was the last for teacher Sam Belvins, who will be moving out of state. Thank you to Mr. Belvins for your commitment to our students and inspiring their love of music. On April 24th, D38 honored 10 outstanding individuals and groups at the 8th Annual Aliorum Day Awards, hosted by the School District 38 Special Education Advisory Committee. The Aliorum Day Award recognizes those who go above and beyond to impact the lives of students with disabilities in meaningful and lasting ways. Thank you to all the individuals and businesses that were honored for offering the kind of support that empowers and uplifts everyone in our D38 community. Athletics is also wrapping up. Palmer Ridge and Lewis Palmer both represented at state in track and field. More than a dozen student athletes qualified in individual and team events, and D38 brought home 2 state champions, one from each school, Joseph Quintonsa for boys triple high jump from Lewis Palmer High School, and Owen Tweezum from Palmer Ridge for shot put. A huge congratulations to our women's tennis teams. Both the Bears and Rangers represented in singles and doubles at state. Inga Schultz and Claire Monroe took home 3rd place at the Chassa State Tennis Championship, and Palmer Ridge brought home the Team Sportsmanship Award. We also wish our golfers the best of luck as they head into the state championship. And our seniors are on the home stretch. Palmer Ridge hosted their annual senior send-off on May 9th. Seniors took their last walk through the hallways of their school as underclassmen, and staff cheered for them during their big farewell. Seniors from Lewis Palmer High School visited the D38 elementary schools where their educational journeys began. They had the chance to say thank you to teachers who have impacted their lives beginning many years ago. And we can't wait to celebrate our graduates from both high schools for their big milestone day tomorrow at graduation. And to close, we have some kudos to recognize our teachers. In honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, we launched a social media campaign inviting families to nominate fantastic teachers across D38. They submitted names of teachers and shared a few words about how they've made a difference. We've received several nominations and randomly selected winners for a variety of gift cards donated by our friends at Monument Hill Kiwanis Club, Tri-Lakes Women's Club, and Rob Sushek's Farmers Insurance Agency, and you can see those awardees here. And we continue to receive kudos submissions via our website for staff who are appreciated across our district. We can't say thank you enough for the amazing staff we have across D38. And finally, we have a new leader to introduce this evening. So I'm going to introduce Ms. Kimberly Runyon, and then we'll invite her up to say a few words. Kimberly Runyon is our, there we go, new principal at Prairie Winds Elementary School. She comes to our district from Elizabeth Middle School, where she served as principal. She has more than 24 years' experience in education. Her accomplishments include supporting teachers who are working toward professional licensure, contributing to work with the Colorado Department of Education, and being an advocate for and contributor to curriculum design. Kimberly shared that the heart of her work is dedication to instructional excellence, along with data-informed decision-making and meaningful family engagement. Please join me in welcoming Kimberly Runyon to Prairie Winds Elementary School and Lewis Palmer School District 38. We'll have you come up and just say a couple quick words.
You didn't know you were going to be put on the spot, did you?
I didn't, but that's okay.
She's good on her feet. We've seen her do it already.
I want to thank everybody for having faith, and I also want to thank you for an extensive interview process, because that shows me that you are, one, committed to somebody who is going to be a good leader in your building. And all I wanted for you guys was to pick who was best for you, and yay, I won. I always like to win. So I'm looking forward to being the principal. I love the littles. I'm very excited to get back where my heart is. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be a part of your district. I hope I do great things, and I'm loving the support I'm getting so far. So thank you so much.
Congratulations and welcome to D38.
Thank you.
It's a great elementary school.
Yay.
we're going to get pictures of you in action on your first day of school, so. Okay. Moving on to D1, our PCAC, which is our Parent and Community Advisory Committee, and our Financial Transparency Committee are going to share their year-end reports. So we will invite Ms. Renee Butler and Ms. Kirsten Zook for their annual report. Welcome to the podium. There was lots to celebrate tonight, so thank you for hanging with us and celebrating with us.
Before they get started, I just would like to personally thank each of these ladies from the bottom of my heart, because they have really taken on a leadership role this year in elevating our community committee, the Parent and Community Advisory Committee, to a whole new level by really ensuring that everybody's voice is heard and everybody on the committee has impact. So I want to personally thank them, and I know they're going to share a little bit about some of the accomplishments for the year. If you would click one slide, there we go. I do want to remind everyone that these are our current committees working across District 38, and the PCAC, or the Parent and Community Advisory Committee, as well as the Financial Transparency Committee, are the only board-appointed committees. So these really are the committees that advise you directly as a board, and tonight will be our annual update from these groups. So I'll hand it over.
Hi, I'm Renee Butler. I am one of the two chairs for the PCAC. And so I'm going to give the PCAC summary, and then Kirsten will give the FTC summary. So I wanted to you to notice that I've bolded and colored a few items that really resonated with us as the chairs of the PCAC, things that really stood out in our year that people felt very strongly about. And so we do encourage community engagement and voice, and so we have tried to plan our meetings such that we have opportunities for everybody to write things down, have engaging conversations in small groups, etc. And really that's an opportunity for everybody who is a member of the PCAC to bring the information from their respective schools to the PCAC committee. One of the things that we've talked about a lot this year is engaging more with the board and soliciting input so that we can actually serve in an advisory capacity and help with strategic planning for the board. We share information and seek feedback about the district schools and program offerings, and then we provide input on specific state requirements, so the school improvement initiatives and plans and the budget priorities. We did do visits at 5 different schools this year. So we went to Lewis Palmer Elementary, the secondary school for MA, the East Campus, Ray Kilmer Elementary School, Bear Creek Elementary School, and Lewis Palmer. One of the main things that we do when we visit the schools is we invite the PCAC members to come about 30 minutes before the meeting starts, and they can do a tour of the school and kind of learn about the specifics of the school. So it's a great opportunity to go into schools that you don't currently participate in. So for our 2024-25 membership, we had Kirsten and I served as the chairs, and then we had board representation. Both Ms. Upchurch and Dr. Schenk attended all of our meetings. Dr. Brahm was our administrative liaison. We did have parents and staff from every school represented this year, and then we had 2 student representatives and 2 community member representatives. So this year, this is a list of the things that we have discussed. I'm not going to read them off to you. I actually had intended to bold and highlight the first item there. I'm sorry, I missed that one. But the 2 things that really stood out in our conversations this year are really the school performance and accreditation. That was something that kept coming up at our tabletop discussions, and I think we'll probably focus on that in the next school year for this committee. And then the superintendent search process. That was really an interesting opportunity for the PCAC. We ended up using our bylaws stipulate that we can call special meetings, and during the search process, after we lost our superintendent,
calling a special meeting and really getting everybody's input to provide back to you guys, we felt really strongly that you guys really listened and heard what we had to say. And that was really, I think, a turning point for our committee. So for next year, if we go to the next slide, both Kirsten and I have agreed to stay on as co-chairs for the committee. And that was approved by a unanimous vote when Kirsten was not there. So we are planning to kind of have a little bit of an evolution of our committee. So these are our goals for next year, for 2025-26. We really want to work more systematically with the board to identify goals or areas where we can actually seek and summarize information. We have this opportunity where all the schools are represented there. We have community members who participate in our meetings and our discussions. It's a really good opportunity for us to collect information and bring it back to you. So one of the things that both Kirsten and I would like to do is really identify areas where we can help you with the priorities for the district. Are there things that you guys will be discussing over the next year that we can seek specific feedback and provide that to you in a timely manner? So we also want to do that during our special meeting. We took a lot of time planning it, so I do think that when we get information, things that you guys would like to have feedback on, it will take more planning on both Kirsten and I's part, but I think with that planning, we have these successful discussions at the small group tables, and then we can disseminate the information back to you kind of in a very successful way. So, and then finally, we had a discussion about the PCAC evaluating this new process, this two-way communication between the board and the PCAC, and so we want to make sure that at the end of next year that we have a touch point review process for ourselves. Did we successfully achieve that and meet the goals in an advisory capacity? So, questions regarding the PCAC?
Team? I just want to say thank you for your leadership and a great example of that collaboration and that initiative and leaning in that two-way communication is the superintendent feedback that you all shared with us. We also talked about the opportunity to our board, the opportunity for not just one board liaison or two board liaisons, but that each board member take on a month to be in attendance at the PCAC so that you can actually see the work that goes into it and hear that two-way feedback and input that goes into that, so that each of us have a touch point and that you all on the committee have a touch point on who are your board members. So I thought that was a great idea.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. I had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Brown at our special meeting and then Mr. Swartz when we were invited to meet with you guys at a working meeting. And I think that was just a really great opportunity for us to engage in with different board members. So thank you for this.
And then I have a quick question. With legislation, does the PCAC need to do the universal improvement plans at the beginning of the year or the end of the year? Is that next year?
Those are school districts who are required to do those, which it is something that we will learn more about moving forward. But for school districts and schools who have that requirement, it is October 15th that those plans must be submitted to CDE.
Okay. I knew legislation changed on that. I just didn't know what the nuances were yet. So.
And that was something that the PCAC discussed pretty extensively, was academic achievement. So I think that'll be one of our tabletop discussions early in the year next year.
Excellent. Yep. Thank you. All right, FTC.
I have to make a confession prior to doing my report, is that I was given the slides to proof, which I dutifully did, but didn't read all of the fine print, and so didn't realize I was giving this report until I arrived here, so I don't remember what's on the slides. I've been working a lot lately. So the FTC, or the Financial Transparency Committee, is a committee that meets once a month. And we had really decent representation this year. I think part of the discussion that certainly was brought up, I don't know if it was sort of in or out of the meeting, was perhaps trying to garner more schools to participate and have that representation. Kudos to Mr. Ridgway. It's been a masterclass in school finance, and it's been very enlightening. You know, I think we can all glibly say, oh, well, money should be spent this way or that way, and you realize all the pulleys and levers and caveats and thises and thatses that go into all of it. And it's been very interesting, and Mr. Ridgway's really been able to take work that actually Chris and different people have done through various committees and distill that down to a relatively digestible facet. So these were the different schools and the different people, and thank you for all of their time. And so Gordon, yay. So let's see. Oh, Brett, you always make everything very small. Okay. So Brett had, does he?
Nope,
do you
go
just-
ahead.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Got it.
All right. So we discussed a number of implications for the school district based on different legislation and assumptions that Brett has to make. So as you can see from this slide, if you can read it, is actual enrollment is thought to be, his estimation is going to be flat across the schools. And there's some change going on in regards to funding enrollment. Let's see, hold on. Funding enrollment decreased due to change. Okay, Brett, you're gonna have to step in. Sorry. Digesting this on the fly, and I missed the last meeting because I was at work. Sorry.
So this is a one-page summary from the proposed budget that at the last PCAC meeting I presented to say this is what I've been working with all of you, the administration, and the FTC throughout the course of the spring as we developed the budget. So this is kind of a one page of the high level assumptions. And I think the point to really highlight here is that the FTC in an advisory capacity really drove point number 3 there. And that was about average across the district pay change, and FTC made a strong request to make sure that we stayed with the national rate of inflation at 2.8% versus the state rate of inflation, which somehow is less, like 2.5%. And so we made that a commitment and followed through that on the process. And so this was kind of, again, presented to the full PCAC as a report of budget subcommittee of budget priorities for this year for the PCAC to hear.
Great, thank you. So the priorities for next year is to increase, so this building accountability. I love building accountability committees. This is such an interesting spot for every school, and I speak to this as the sole member of the Building Accountability Committee at Lewis Palmer High School. And anyone who is listening, please come join us next year because we need more people. It is such a fun committee to be on, and you don't have to fundraise. It's fantastic. So in integration with the FTC and the Building Accountability Committees, the FTC asked the Building Accountability Committees to have more participation and role and input on the budgets for their schools. Not the salaries, not the whether you get a new roof or a boiler, but the parts that are more discretionary and things that the school itself and the people involved in the Building Accountability Committees can have an impact on. And so that process, we're working in the PCAC to help refine that process with the FTC so we can get really meaningful and valuable input. And some of the things that have come out of the beginnings of those discussions are to engage people much earlier in the school year instead of, so budgets typically happen in spring, but parents were busy, so it's easier to get a run at it and try to get a wider consensus on how funds are and should be spent at schools for very particular topics. And so, oh, wait, I thought we were going to get a different screen. So we sent out different rubrics that helped the back committees to work with their principals to get input from staff and a variety of constituents to help along the sort of priorities, the District 38 priorities, how should money be spent at those individual schools. And then the FTC brought that back and looked at it to try to begin the process, which we'll refine even more next year, of seeing places perhaps, you know, school A didn't know that school B wanted the same thing, and we can somehow collaborate or, you know, find different ways to be more efficient in procuring what each of the schools want and need. So, again, I strongly encourage everyone, join your back committee. It's great. So, with that, do you have any questions? Any comments on the FTC?
Any questions? Also, I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Brown and Mr. Schwartz for being the board liaisons on the FTC.
Yes.
Just a comment versus a question, if that's okay.
Nope. Sure.
You can
Go ahead.
I get this at home.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We were quite appreciative of the passion as well as the time that you commit to this. Right? It's not just about our individual kids and families, but the community and what they do when they're done with their time here. So this really does matter. And for anybody listening in, it's hard to volunteer these days. Everybody has lots going on. Most of our families are two-income families. But we can always find time for things that matter. And this really does. So thank you.
You're welcome. It's been an honor to be on the different committees. It's a lot of fun. You learn a lot of things. So.
And we got great community members, engaged community members.
Yes, we do. Yeah, all the committees have really fun, engaged, you know, we have lively discussions. It's a good time. So.
Thank you for your volunteer service.
Yeah, I think our membership represents kind of a broad array of kind of backgrounds and beliefs, but we've really had a very successful year where people have been very respectful of listening to others, and so I think it's a very strong committee to be a part of.
I have one question, but I'm going to reserve my question for Mr. Ridgway later as it relates to this.
All right.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you, Renee. Okay, D2, Priority 1 Update, Safe and Healthy and Welcoming Schools. We'd like to invite Mr. Frampton and Mr. Coates up to the podium for this discussion and update. Welcome, gentlemen, and thank you so much.
Good evening.
Good evening. I know it's 8 o'clock, but we knew this was going to be a long meeting. We knew we were going to go till 9 o'clock, and I bet you we hit that 9 o'clock mark.
Yeah, we're just starting.
All right.
Thanks for having us, board and Superintendent Wettstein. Happy to say that. Tonight, Mr. Coates and I are going to give the Priority 1 strategic update. And if you look at our slide in front of you, it's a brief reminder of our 6 priorities. Priority 1 being the safe and healthy schools. That aligns with our integrity, respect, connection, growth, and excellence that we've been driven to achieve every day that we come to work. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to thank Ms. Upchurch as the board representative, as well as those individuals that you see who worked very hard in putting together the goals and the priorities that we are going to be working on for the next few years. We couldn't have done this work without their input and their incredible insight on how we're going to accomplish some of the goals that we're going to move forward with and really focus on to take care of our students. And I'll hand this off to Mr. Coates.
In a past life, we all judge security by statistics, and going into this group, we really talked about that this isn't about, the number of, the number of detentions, the number of suspensions, the number of expulsions. That wasn't what I wanted the goal to be about. So we really dug, and I appreciated the people who were in my group, and that we really dug down to some core things that we believe if we were to accomplish, that it would truly make our district safer. Our outcome measure 1 talks about that by 2027, we will improve positive perceptions of the student survey by 5 percentage points. And I'm sorry, my voice is going away. At the elementary level and 3 percentage points at the secondary level. And that goes to, at the end, Mr. Frampton will be talking a little bit about the survey and going over that. To me, first of all, if you do any search on Chad or you look on websites, districts across the country will tell you that 68% of kids feel safe. So we have an incredibly high number to start with, but that doesn't mean that that we're good enough. Okay, so we set some pretty lofty goals by increasing 5% and 3% in those, and we're gonna work hard to accomplish those. And that's going about those little things to make sure that, not the valedictorian of the class and not the kid that's always in the office, but every kid feels safe. I think that goes a long way when you look into education and how successful our students are is that base feeling of feeling safe. So we're gonna tackle that one, and we also want to have our parents that we're gonna continue, that we're going to maintain or improve that mean scale of 4.27 out of 5, which again, when we talked to our research company, said that that's one extremely high number. But not resting on our laurels, we're gonna try to maintain or improve that score. And Mr. Frampton's going to talk a little bit about some of the things we're going to do in order to do that.
Yeah, so how are we going to achieve these goals, and what measurements are we going to use to determine if we've obtained them? First and foremost, you may recall we've had an audit and a comprehensive evaluation both from the safety perspective with Mr. Coates as well as the mental health perspective with myself and David Galvan with practical statistics. And we're taking the results from those audits, and we are digesting them and determining what are going to be our first most important steps in moving forward with ensuring that we're meeting those goals through ensuring that we have appropriate training of our staff. You can see our youth mental health first aid. Our goal is to have our 6 through 12 staff, at least 80% of them, fully trained by next January, which means we're going to be very busy this summer and fall preparing for that. I think the way we're scheduling this out will comfortably hit that January deadline, and we're even hoping to have a lot of our trainings done earlier in the fall. I know Mr. Coates is working very closely with his team and our principals to ensure that our training for drills and tabletop exercises are robust and they're happening frequently and routinely, but also not routinely, because we want to make sure we keep our teams on their toes and they're able to respond to something that might not be as predictable. So we're working very hard to ensure that we're trained up and planned for some of those circumstances that we hope we never have to actually engage in. And then lastly, we're working very closely with Mr. Ridgway and his team to ensure that we can align those recommendations budgetarily to ensure that we can meet those goals, and we're taking care of the most important things first. Outcome measure number 2.
And I just wanted to touch one on, the main one on the third goal is, and we've talked about this for a couple years, but we're actually going to dedicate ourselves to the tabletop exercises. I think that if we take a little bit, principals get busy and we get real busy during the course of the year sometime, and I just want to kind of get back to that routinely, whether it's 10 or 15 minutes every couple weeks or every couple months, that we We get everybody together and we put a scenario together, and unfortunately in today's world, I don't have to look hard to make up scenarios. So we'll take through them, we'll talk through them, and be ready as we can possibly be. So the tabletop ones, we do a lot of training, we do a lot of drills, but the tabletop ones is really important to me, and push myself to put out those things. That was definitely one I pushed to get at it. And our outcome measure number 2, and again, a high baseline to start with, but one that we want will improve our positive perception of the student survey by 3 percentage points. And you can read where we're starting from. But a big part of that and a big part of our group was that, that I feel part of the school community that we all thought was real important in a kid's decision-making process, both while at school and off school. I still, if I'm out and about, whether it be downtown and I see somebody with a Lewis Palmer shirt on or a Palmer Ridge shirt on or a middle school shirt on, I expect the best out of that person. And I want to kind of get going that, you're not only representing your family, but you're also representing us, and get back to that feeling. And I think if you feel a real smart part of the school community, you'll never have to think about that because you're wearing those identifiers. We also want to work on to maintain or improve our mean score with our educators, and that's, I believe that leaders are genuinely concerned about my welfare. I can tell you I've been in this district for the past life and now for over 17 years, and I can sit here and tell you never before have I seen an administration building that shows and cares as much about the teachers as this group does.
So how are we going to put action and make sure that works? One of the things that we're going to be working closely with, and you'll be hearing about here shortly, not this evening, but shortly this summer, is there's a new law out there that is going to require us to create a policy around the use of cell phone and technology in our classrooms. When we've asked our students and staff and if interfaced with our community, we've learned that the technology use can absolutely impact student well-being in our schools. So we're going to take a very close look and explore how that use will occur in our schools. We're going to continue to look for continuity for leveraging community partnerships. What we mean by that is we can't do this in isolation alone when it comes to supporting students, specifically around mental health concerns and individual students' concerns. And there's a lot of resources available to us across the Tri-Lakes community, and we're going to be much more intentional about collaborating with our partners and our community members to ensure that we have the supports necessary to take care of our students. And then based on the mental health audit that I was talking about a little while ago, we are going to ensure that we continue using our responsive classroom and Capturing Kids' Hearts curriculum. And as we have new staff come on board, we're going to make it a priority that all of our staff have 100% of our staff are trained and are utilizing those support systems for our students. And we're going to continue to ask the questions, and we're going to continue to evaluate both from our employees and our students to make sure and check in that we're moving forward and getting data necessary to ensure that our steps are effective and we're moving in the right direction. Outcome measure number 3, I'm going to just keep going. This one was fairly provocative, if I can be really honest with our group, because we are talking about reducing the number of office and bus referrals of students by 5 percentage points. You'll notice that that's a little bit more difficult to measure because we don't have any baselines in front of you, because as we started to engage in this conversation about what office and bus referrals are, we've learned that there's not consistency and continuity on the definition of those things across our schools. And so as we look at our action steps, we're going to, bullet 2, we're going to standardize the referral process and start gathering some data The reason that we want to pursue this is the students who are referred to the office for behavioral concerns, many times we can address those concerns at the classroom level, and we want to make sure that all of our staff have the necessary training and strategies necessary to meet those students at what we call a Tier 1 level in the classroom. And we believe if we're effective in doing so, we will see automatic dip in referrals. One of the things we also need to be very careful, though, is the referral process has its place in our classrooms, in our schools. And eliminating that in and of itself may not be exactly what we want, because we want to engage in that process as it's appropriate for individual students. So our team is still wrestling with that goal, but understand that at the end of the day, our hope is that we're able to meet the needs of the kids in the classroom to the greatest extent possible. And then the top bullet here is our Vape to Educate program has shown tremendous effectiveness in reducing our discipline. Prior to our Vape to Educate program coming into our schools, we would offer a pretty uniform 3-day suspension for a student who violated a nicotine vape pen in our schools. And what we've been able to do is provide that option to our students that they can reduce that from 3 days down to 1 and then take the class, which helps them understand the negative impacts of nicotine and vape pens. And it's getting our kids back in school, and it's educating them on the harmful effects of nicotine. So we've seen a tremendous impact in the reduction of suspensions, as well as reduction of incidents around vape usage in schools, which we're very happy about. Before we go on to student survey data, is there any questions about our priorities?
I have 2 questions, but I want to see if anybody in the team has any. My first question is, can you share, for those that don't know, what MTSS
Oh, certainly. MTSS, and Cami Dukes is our coordinator who leads up that charge here at the district level, is a multi-tiered systems of support. And basically when we look at the multi-tiers, Tier 1 are the supports that all students receive throughout the school day consistently. I think most of us refer to that as in-classroom supports. And those students who need a little bit additional support beyond Tier 1, both academically or social-emotionally, we would move into a Tier 2 where they're more individualized and potentially a little bit more intensive, but most often they still occur within the general classroom environment or the general school environment with a much more personalized approach to meet those students' needs. And then Tier 3 is the most intensive level of support, and oftentimes when students are not being successful with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports, we move into that Tier 3 where they're highly individualized and they're often much more intensive in nature. That could include special education. It also can include, Mr. Norse was talking about GELT and gifted ed. We can provide intensive supports for our gifted students and individualize those as well. So we provide layers of support based on student need, and students can move in and out of the tiers as it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question.
My next question is for Mr. Coates. When you spoke to drills, if I recall in the past, and I'm assuming you spoke to it, alluded to it, that we've partnered with outside first responder and community members in the past in that, and we found that to be very effective.
Yeah, well, and that's part of the tabletop piece of it too, is, you know, we've done tabletop with Monument Fire, and we've done tabletop, you know, obviously there's the sheriff's office, and that's where our SROs come from, so we get that thinking, but to include, you know, Monument PD, for example, in our drill and our thought process, because they're likely to be our first responders, and State Patrol and CSPD, and bringing those people in to our tabletops to just to make sure that we're getting all perspectives, because you never know who you're going to need those days.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions before we move on to, okay, all right, data.
Thank you. So let's take a peek at some of the data that we were referencing. Now, the baseline data that we had in our previous goals are based on the spring 2025 data. We now have been giving the student survey for enough years to where we can start looking at some longitudinal data. The 4 questions that we are really focusing on as a priority 1 group is A, if I had a serious problem, I know an adult in school whom I can go to or talk with for help. You'll notice that we had a little bit of a dip last year, but one of the reasons we're coming after this data is we all know that if students have a place to go when something doesn't go right, that's one of the primary components of feeling safe in school and feeling part of the school community. So we're really highlighting and focusing on that question, and that's also connected with our responsive classrooms and capturing kids' hearts curriculum, so we can see if there's actual effectiveness as we ask kids that question. And Safe at School obviously is an outcome of that as well. You'll notice that we had a little bump last year in that number, but we've seen pretty much stable numbers at our elementary in both of those questions. And being part of the school community and having teachers who care about me are also essential. And you can see that our numbers, while high, are still leaving us some room for improvement in all of these areas. If we look at secondary, same questions. You can see that we have a upward trend in feeling safe at school. We've remained fairly stable with our feeling part of the school community, but we've also seen a slight bump in teachers who care about me as a person. So again, while our numbers are high, we still have some room that we can grow and improve upon. Any question about the data?
Pardon me, is there data from a percentage standpoint on those metrics, what best in class looks like?
When we use Panorama as our provider for our questionnaire, they were able to give us some national norms on these numbers. Because we have moved this survey internally, it's very difficult for us to gain those measures because we're doing it in isolation internally. However, when we did use Panorama, our numbers were very similar in these areas, and we were definitely in the top 20% in all 4 of these areas with Panorama. So we're functioning, and I believe in Lewis Palmer we have exceptionally safe schools, and our kids are very appreciative of that. One of the reasons that I hesitate to answer that question is not all communities are created equally. And I would hate for us to compare ourselves with communities that may not have similar expectations and dynamics as ours. So being at the top that's what we expect. And anything less than that would be unacceptable in Lewis Palmer. So I think one of the things we want to focus on is getting better and continuing to grow, and not look in our rearview mirror to see where everybody else is either.
Where I agree, and thank you. Where I was going was not where we compare against the national norms, but best in class.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is there data in this area, and I'll get to why this question might be valuable for us as a leadership and action team. Is there data that says the best schools in this area are at 82% on question 1 and 92% on question 2, and because of that, they have less referrals, less discipline problems, and their academic productivity is higher because there's more time spent in the classroom on academics versus kids not feeling good about themselves, not feeling safe, and therefore They're less focused on the reason that they're in the classroom, academically only. That's where I'm trying to go to, is this something we can leverage as a productivity tool to enhance our academic position?
I don't have that data at my fingertips, and I don't want to take a stab at guessing at that. However, what you're talking about brings great sense in the fact that as these numbers elevate and escalate, learning has to be a logical outcome that occurs, because I think the opposite would be true also. If students are not feeling safe, it's very hard for them to take risks in learning and feel like they can engage in the classroom at their highest levels. So I think there's a lot of logic in that question. I don't have any statistics or anything that can back up where we're at comparatively, though.
Okay, I guess my question for Ms. Westing to consider is, I suspect there's quite the correlation between social emotional wellness and academic productivity in the classroom.
We would be happy to bring some of that information forward at another work session or
Yeah,
meeting.
right.
To Mr. Frampton's point, we did use a nationally normed survey a while ago, and the extensive feedback was we weren't getting the granular level that we need to understand and learn about our own students and their experiences in school. And so with that, we have developed a more local survey, but some of these questions are similar questions that are asked on nationally normed surveys, so we could do some work learning about how we compare in that way.
And maybe in its simplest form, this is wonderful work. What do we get as a school system and a community by doing it and succeeding in it? Right? Because we've chosen to do something. What do we get as a return for doing it? It might be a nice thing for us to
More well-rounded
understand.
students?
Pardon?
Maybe more well-rounded, educated students?
Could be a lot of things, but we need to. I'd like to understand what those things are.
Yeah, and think if you zoom out a little bit, the cultural aspects and the benefits that could have for our students.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mr. Schwartz, would you like us to put that on a future work session agenda?
If we can refine it, yes. Obviously, if it becomes very esoteric, then I don't want to burn the staff or the board's time.
Okay.
But ultimately, there's very likely an academic positive outcome by doing this work, because the classroom becomes more productive.
In simplistic terms, for me, when I thought through that, it was the referral process. Having been officed at one of the schools for multiple years, seemed like there was a high number of the same kids, and I want to make sure we're not missing those. And then a lot of times when I would talk to kids who didn't come to the office, who maybe didn't feel safe, it was for the sole reason that they were afraid of the students that were possibly getting referred often. So my thought process going in there was it's a win-win in being able to identify kids before we need to. So that's a simplistic version, but your question is well stated, and we'll try to find some factual behind that.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks. Next section, if this feels like something you've seen before, it is, because we are required to annually report this to you. Our school discipline data, as of, I believe it was last week, so the very last week of school, you can see the number of students and the number of suspensions that occurred throughout the school year, broken out by school. One question you might have is why is it possible that the number of students and the number of suspensions do not align? And the answer is there's a chance that a single student has been disciplined on more than one occasion. So that would explain the discrepancies. In anticipation of the question, Mr. Swartz, on how this might compare with last year, our number of students.
I did not call him earlier.
Last year we had 93 total students who were disciplined, which is an increase of 14 students, and we had 120 suspensions, which is an increase of 24. I do want to spend some time with our principals exploring what some hypothesis could be on why we've seen an increase. However, it hasn't been substantial enough for us to be alarmed by that, but I definitely want to spend some time asking the question, and I want to work with some individual principals to share some of their thoughts on what could contribute to these numbers, and if there's any steps that we could take intentionally and deliberately coming into the fall to do some reductions where it's appropriate.
Okay, since you bagged my earlier question, I have a different one then, just to keep you on your toes. When a suspension happens, as unfortunate as it is, it's likely well documented, yes?
Yes.
Are the reasons for the suspension or the perceived reasons for the suspensions, are there major groupings for them, and have those changed or increased? I'm trying to get to the why.
I do not have an objective answer to that, where we haven't segregated or desegregated out the numbers. However, we do code our suspensions, and that information could be easily obtainable. And I think that would be a good suggestion as we work at the building level to discern if there are trends and what we can do with that data to ensure that we're taking care of our kids and keeping our schools safe.
Yeah, I mean, an example, something that is noteworthy, I'm not going to say it jumps out, but it's noteworthy, is we have 49 suspensions at a school with roughly 900 students, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And 15 at a school with roughly 1,200 students. Right, so it feels disproportionate, and that's what made me consider, gee, I wonder if there's something, there's a subject matter or a topic that is more prevalent at that age group that is driving this. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think that's a question that I too am asking and want to spend some time exploring that, so I appreciate that.
I would also imagine we have new leadership at several of our buildings, so is it possible that they have different criteria for referring?
Possibly, and when I can only assume you're talking about the middle school when you quote those numbers, and I too have noticed that they're a little higher than their peers. We saw an increase of 12 students identified at the middle school, and the suspensions have gone up as well. So I do think that there's a change of leadership could be one possible reason on why that occurred. I also think there's some developmental factors that need to be considered when you look at 6th and 7th or 7th and 8th graders and where they're at developmentally and the roles that we have in helping those students understand appropriate and inappropriate behaviors in school. Whereas you move into the high schools, developmentally speaking, the students start to develop some more maturity, and a lot of those behaviors taper off as students get older. We see a vastly different reason for a suspension at our high schools than we do our middle school. A lot of our middle school stuff's just immature, squirrely kind of discipline, where our high schools are a little bit more based around like vape use, for example.
That was the kind of stuff that my mind went to and why I formulated the question.
Yep.
It would be interesting to see the reasons why.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request.
Keep in mind that request is confidential. Talking to the board, make sure that.
Yeah, I'm
I think
sure.
it's
I'm sure we
it's
can.
valuable data,
Yeah.
but just.
I'm
that-
sure we can anonymize it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think, you know, if we start seeing very, very low end sizes where student identification might be able to occur, we can figure out ways to cluster those and ways to keep it anonymous. Our expulsions are down 1. We had 7 expulsions last year. We had 6 this year. None of them went to hearing this year. And 5 of our students were offered a deferral option. And for those of you who don't know what the deferred expulsion opportunity is we bring students back into the school in a much shorter period than what an expulsion would be if they went to hearing, under some very individualized, specific, and tight criteria of expectations. And if those students were to violate any of those expectations, we could revoke the deferral and they could become expelled. And we had no student where that occurred this year.
I have a quick question before we go to questions. Do we, when I'm looking at our schools, I see that Monument Academy isn't on here. Is that just because they track their own, or is there a
That is
reason?
correct.
Okay. Thanks. Any other further questions or discussion before we move on to our next agenda item? This was an excellent presentation. Thank you for putting so much work and into the goals and the committee work. Thank you both very much. It was very informative as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frampton, and thank you, Mr. Coates. Okay, Mr. Frampton, you get to hang out for a little while with us.
Yes, am I up again next?
Let's see, who's got, oh no, actually this one, you'll be back later. We'd like to ask our Director of Human Resources, Alicia Welch, to come up to the podium, and she'll be introducing revisions to our G policies for a first reading. Board, remember, this is not a vote reading, this is just first reading, and if there's any revisions or thoughts, make sure that you share them with Ms. Welch.
Good evening. Happy to be here. So just a reminder, we have really been working diligently to revise where revisions are needed. Also, there are a few updates here and there that are not significant, sometimes simple word changes. I'm not going to go over that. But the major additions, rewording, or removals I did want to go over to make sure that if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. So if you look at GBGG staff leave, a few things to really pay attention to include under the sick leave changes, we have hourly staff. These hourly staff are considered fee for service, and the employee groups that this pertains to are our part-time food and nutrition employees and our utility bus drivers. They weren't accruing leave time like all of our other employees, just based on the designation they have. But we wanted to make sure we were following the laws and according to best practice, and decided to move forward, if you decide to approve the policy changes, to give those employee groups 5 sick leave days each year. So they'd get 5 starting from the beginning of the school year, much like our regular employees, but it allows for them to be out and still get paid. And that's important. I know that is something that retains and attracts high quality people, for them to be able to be out when they need to be gone. Also, no, that's the main highlight I wanted to point out on that page. Tiffany?
So I didn't even realize this, that these days are not eligible for rollover or payout upon termination of employment.
That is correct, yes. And these are new days that have not been in place until now.
Okay. And then on the same policy, it says any personnel leave that exceeds 4 consecutive days will be considered leave without pay.
That is correct. Yes, that there are circumstances where somebody could get permission to be gone for longer than 4 days and not lose pay, such as a family situation, maybe a funeral, something such as that. But we're really trying to encourage our employees to come to work, be at work, and take their longer vacations during their breaks.
Quick one.
Yes.
Are these 5 days earned based on time in service in the particular year? if they're applicable.
Yes, and instead of like counting hours for each employee, Emily Melville, one of our HR team members, reached out to the neighboring districts and asked what they have found the best practices for handling GBGG as it relates to our fee-for-service employees, and this is what was recommended. It's just an easier way to keep track. It's fair. It gives all of them the opportunity to have time off. Again, this isn't something they've had before, so if the board decides to approve this policy, this is an exciting update for these employee groups. Again, the food and nutrition employees and the utility bus drivers.
Excellent.
All right. Moving on, a few things I wanted to highlight here. I know we already touched on one of these. Exceeding for any absences that exceed the 4 consecutive days can be considered without pay. One other situation to keep in mind is if somebody is sick and they have a doctor's note, or they need to be out because of a surgery or something, if there's a good reason, we would never dock their pay. What this is really about is what I said before. Sometimes people really want to go to Walt Disney World when the prices are right and the weather's perfect and it doesn't align with our vacation. So we allow them to do that, but there is a consequence. Again, they can take a short trip to Florida and it doesn't have as much of a consequence. The goal is to have our teachers and our employees in the classrooms and with our students and taking care of the needs that they were hired for.
So, Alicia, just for clarification, that has to do with our licensed staff members who are student-facing primarily.
Correct.
Yep.
All right, and let's move on to staff leave. A few other things. One exciting update. If you look on this slide that I'm on in front of you, one of the updates, employees with over 3 years of service may use up to 5 days from the prior year bank typically reserved for FMLA related needs. This is an addition that came from some of the listening tours. You know, we have been working as an executive team to get into the schools and listen to what people, how they feel, what their ideas are. Maybe they have suggestions that could help us do better and make them feel more appreciated and respected as employees. And this was a topic that came up. Some of our longer term employees who just want to sometimes take a longer period of time off and they don't want all of their prior year days to be about sick leave. They want to be able to use those at times to be able to do something, maybe go to their son or daughter's wedding or, Walt Disney World, wherever they want to go. Sometimes it's worth it to go to the happiest place on earth, right? And then also, I think that's the main highlights there. And GBGG also highlights what is on this slide here, which is an understanding of how days are paid out for employees if they are paid out, depending upon the type of days and also how long the employee has been with us. In order to be paid out for vacation days, the employee has to be with us for at least a year, right? If they are paid out for vacation days, it's at their daily rate. So that is how those are paid out. If it is their personal leave days, their sick days, they are paid out if they are with the district for at least 5 years. The way that payout works is they get 75% of what the sub rate is at the time. If they are a licensed employee, it would be 75% of 165 right now, which is 123.75. If they are a classified employee, it would be 75% of the substitute rate, which is right now $17.50 per hour, which is $13.12 per hour for days that they would be paid out if they meet that criteria. Right, a couple things here. We are changing the way that we track we would like to change if the board approves, the way we track vacation days. Rather than having them start to accrue as soon as somebody is hired, we want to follow with the fiscal year that aligns with the school system, July 1 through June 30th. It makes it a lot easier to track the days. We're not trying to take days from people, it's just trying to have it restart every year on July 1. For the person who tracks all these days for about 800 people, it helps to simplify things so that they can be accurate.
Question on that one.
Sure.
When you were looking at these ones, you had already mentioned during your listening tours and staff input. Did you get feedback and input on this particular, the GDD one, on this one?
So this is a policy we did some updates on about 2 years ago, I think, about when I came to HR, and we got feedback from a number of people at that time, and I think the feedback has been very positive. We are not taking anything away from that feedback. At that time, we were allowing for our year-round employees to roll over at up to half of their vacation days, which is 5, and they just have to use them within 3 months, which is a little bit of a change, but that we still want them to be able to use the days. The goal is that they would get their 10 days and they would use their 10 days during that calendar year. But we are trying to be flexible and say you can use them a little bit longer if you do it within that 3-month period that extends into 1 year, the 1-year mark. But really, we want people to use their days as much as possible in the year that they are in. Did I answer your question, Tiffany?
You did.
Thanks. All right. Okay. Okay. On this slide right here, a couple of the things I wanted to explain. I think we touched on this a little bit. The employees hired between April 1st and June 30th will be considered first of year as of July 1st. And then with the executive leadership team, their situation differs a little bit than the rest of the year-round employees. Typically speaking, the way it will work if the board approves this policy is that the executive leadership team, the leadership team at the district would get 20 vacation days per year, and they would not roll into the next year. So it's use it or lose it. All right. And I want to just clarify, I know there's been some changes to that. I was asked the other day about this particular policy as it relates to the superintendent contract. There could be a slightly different decision made depending upon what the board did with the superintendent days. But for the rest of the executive team, directors, anyone that gets those additional days, they would need to use them the same year that they get them.
And that's not a change from practice, that is the current practice.
Thank you. All right. And I think the main thing to point out on that last slide, well, the second, yeah, it is the last slide, is that if you're paid out for vacation days, you know, if you've been with the district for at least a year and you get paid out, it's at your per diem rate. And I think I said that before. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's any revisions or thoughts, please forward them to Ms. Welch. And then we will discuss at a board in a public meeting next month.
Sounds good.
For a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we would like to invite Ms. Jessica McAllister to talk to us about Career and Innovation Center update. Thank you so much. And Melissa Andrews is coming up with her. Thank you both so much for your patience.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, excited to present to you guys again tonight about the Career and Innovation Center. It's hard to believe we are at the end of the school year, but let's dive right in. So as you guys know, I always start with this slide. As we began the school year and as we began this project back in June of 2024, the flags along the top were navy blue, and as we kind of marched along the different tasks and timelines, they became gray, meaning they were accomplished. Now, what I'm going to say to you is that this will probably never be accomplished because it's always going to be an evolutionary thing. We know that we're going to continue to get insights from industry, and we're going to keep growing and developing as we go. But as far as programming is concerned, we're marching right along. So I'm happy to share some of these updates with you today. Awesome. First and foremost being our logo reveal. So I wasn't here at the last board meeting, but Ms. Wettstein did present that we were having a logo competition with the middle school and both high schools. We went to the digital media and communications pathways. We challenged the students. We gave them some of our branding. And then there were probably 15 submissions that were made, 99 votes, and Madden Schnick was the big winner. We will be giving this, actually it has already been given to Amy Matizik in the communications department to kind of polish up and maybe put some finer twists on it. I will tell you, Madden was very proud. His smile just didn't stop. He was excited. He asked me to send him this picture. He wanted to really send it to his family. He is going to be a senior next year, and I know you're going to ask. He's going into healthcare. He wants to be a nurse. So very excited about him. He also has these great skills that he's gotten in Miss Hendricks'
digital media classroom. So there's our logo reveal. More to come on that. Again, there will be some polishing to it, I'm sure. And then partnership updates, just jumping right in. We've been showing this slide all along. We continue to have discussions with various organizations and to engage with them in our project to garner their support. And we're marching right along, doing the best we can. So at the implementation phase is where we're able to share with you just some of the products that we have to that point. So the next slide just shows kind of the trends throughout that and how these numbers shift and move from introduction to engagement to implementation, sometimes back to engagement. The numbers really do shift month to month based on several different factors. So the next slide shows kind of some of the funding pursuits that we've gone after. These are really grants and kind of larger foundation sponsorships. So I will tell you, we were selected, and I have a slide designated towards this for the CHIPS Challenge to enter the next phase, so we're excited about that. We were disappointed to learn we were not selected for the Opportunity Now grant. I will tell you that was a long shot, but we did give our best to it. There were only 3 awards given and likely hundreds of submissions made. So we weren't selected. We got some great feedback from them. We were told we presented a really strong case, but it just wasn't really what they were looking for. We're still waiting for some other grants to come in, the Excellent Grant, Navy STEM Workforce Grant. And then just last week, we had submitted an Innovations in CTE grant, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. And then we did actually secure some support from IEEE, which is an organization that is actually international. So kind of small at this point, but their support for us also goes into in-kind donations of time and resources with volunteering. The CHIPS Challenge, so diving into that, I've mentioned it just over time. It is really a challenge that is supported by the U.S. Department of Education. We were one of 36 semifinalists. So throughout the nation, they selected 36. We were one of them. It's comprised of K through 12, post-secondary nonprofits. And so now we are into the implementation phase, which basically means we are in a community of practice. So we will meet often with these organizations. We will be learning from experts in the field and then continuing to develop kind of whatever our cause may be. And then we submit that. We'll know if we get into the 3rd tier in February of next year. So this is a very long and drawn out process. The reward of it is maybe going to be tangible with financial support, but it also is just really beneficial to be in that community of practice. The whole idea behind it is to empower organizations to expand student recruitment, training, and placement in semiconductor fabrication, construction, and then advanced manufacturing. So you can see that that purpose aligns very well with what we're trying to do at the Innovation Campus. And then we're, in this community of practice, we're sharing some curriculum and also regional outreach and partnerships. So excited to be part of that. IEEE, I mentioned this earlier, and it is, like I said, it's a large organization. You can see it's the largest global industry association. They have a Pikes Peak chapter who's very interested in what our computer science teacher is doing this summer. So what we know is that although we're not starting a computer science pathway at the Innovation Campus next year, we know that we're building a pipeline, and to do so means talking to upcoming middle schoolers. So our wonderful computer science teacher is going to be hosting a robotics camp this summer for rising 7th through 9th graders, and IEEE has helped him to secure a lot of the materials to do that. So that's just some support that we'd gotten there. Also, and kind of the last kind of initiative that we're working on right now, this was also something that was submitted just last week. We had recently been contacted by the El Paso County Economic Development Analyst about something called the Colorado Enterprise Zone. And I'll tell you that we were connected by them by our friends over at the Town of Monument. So essentially, there are zones within the state of Colorado that are identified to be economically distressed areas. And if you can kind of see that map, the blue area and then the blue dot is the Innovation Campus. So what that means is that the Innovation Campus exists in an enterprise zone. And so our work then was to work on an application to have our project approved. The great thing is that if our project is approved, then anyone who wants to donate to us, if it will receive a tax credit for 25% if it's a monetary donation and 12.5 if it's an in-kind donation. So we asked them about this. We submitted our project. It included staffing, equipment, maintenance, supplies, utilities, and training. The minimum donation that we would need to receive is $250. We can receive about 1.5 million. Again, monetary or in-kind, and in-kind also includes stocks, which is kind of exciting for us because we have had community members who are interested in donating stock to us, and this would provide us with an opportunity to be able to accept those. Little caveat, if you have additional questions, we're going to be asking Mr. Ridgway to come up here because he can speak more elegantly about it. And then this is for Melissa to share about construction.
All right, just a little construction update. It's been a while since we've spoken about it, but just an update on what's going on in May. We have a great deal of our general demolition completed. As we got into that demo, there were a couple areas where we found structural or load-bearing walls. Those areas had to have structural review to make sure that we're taking them out or supporting them properly so that we can do the work we need to do. So after that, we will have our structural demo starting on June 1st. We've had a few inspections. Our underground electrical and low volt inspections went last week and went well. That was in the restrooms and the admin and vestibule area. We are working on the MEP inspection coming up here, and that is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And so what's happened is where we currently have the restrooms, if anybody's been in that building, we're pushing them back further in so that we can expand the number of stalls and make them all ADA compliant. And so with that, we've had to do a lot of work getting the plumbing moved. There's been some cuts in the concrete. And we've also taken the MDF, which is the IT closet, and moved that. And so there was also concrete cuts for that. So the next one you see is the concrete pour back that's covering back up the concrete that was opened up so that we can make those moves. And that's happening in May. We're also going to start seeing by the end of this month some of the wall framing going up in the restrooms, the admin and vestibule area, the advanced manufacturing area, and the skilled trades area. And then we also have, it's either late last week or sometime early this week, there'll be a crane over at the site removing the HVAC units on the roof. And so everything in here, because of the level of airflow required for students, we've had to replace the mechanical system. So there will be some mechanical units placed back up on the roof, but there's also going to be some behind on a concrete pad that will be pouring because of the weight restrictions on the type of structure that we've got over there. And so we'll have some new updates for you in June. Any questions for either one of us?
Team? Tough crowd tonight. Actually, that means that everything's going well and that it's a very thorough report.
I guess I got one, and I don't need an answer right now. Where are we at with what we've forecasted in demolition and build out? What did we forecast, and where are we at? Are we on track to meet that forecasted expenditure?
The expenditure or the timeline?
The expenditure.
Expenditure. So it's a little bit of a moving target because that scope expanded a little bit when we decided to bring transitions into the area, which was going to be a phase 2. So based on what we were going to be doing, we're right on track for the demo side of things. There'll be a little cost increase for the transitions area, but it's not very much.
Okay. Is it maybe it's a tough ask to have some kind of snippet like that on future presentations,
Sure.
what we forecasted and where we're at on expenditures?
Yep, not a problem.
Thank you.
And that cost, just to be clear, would have gone to support facility use for transition services in a different location if it weren't being allocated to the CIC. So the cost, the budgeting, it should be similar.
Yeah, we had
just going to the Career and Innovation Center space versus a rental space as an example.
Yeah, because we would have had to renovate anything that we put them in to make the program work in the space that we did. So instead of putting that into a rental, we're putting it into our own infrastructure so that everything we're doing in there is going to be exactly like it needed to be for healthcare. So it's going to have the same flooring, the same cabinetry, so everything will be able to be kept and not have to be replaced again.
One more quick one. Looking at the calendar and the amount of work days left in May, we're really getting close to June. What are the major construction things that need to be completed by the end of June? What are the top 3 that have to be done in order for us to remain on time?
A lot of it is not so much what needs to be done, it's what we need to get. And so we have one HVAC unit we're still waiting on receiving. Another long lead time item are going to be the metal door frames. And so all of those items have been ordered. We're just waiting for them to get in. And so we're just having to make sure we're making decisions quickly and getting the orders placed as needed. And so really for construction side of it, getting the framing in and then getting the HVAC in and set, will be probably seeing that next month. So we're doing all right on that.
Okay, I was going to ask your comfort level, but you just answered it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or discussions or questions?
Well,
Yes.
probably a Mr. Ridgway question, but if we go back to the slide with the enterprise zone piece, just to clarify for the public, if in fact we're approved, the proposed tax credit for monetary and in-kind donations, is that incremental to what a citizen would receive for a standard tax credit if they donated to the foundation? In other words, if somebody's made a donation of $1,000 and those funds were in a 25% federal tax bracket, would this be incremental to that and be 50 net?
So I'm not a tax professional.
But you appear to be one.
I look like it?
Very much so.
Okay. What I would say is that this is in addition to a regular deduction for a charitable donation.
Right, that would be
Yes.
my understanding,
Yes.
because it's a special zone that the government is attempting to enhance enterprise activity in.
Yeah, this is an
So
incentive.
it could be quite a play if we're approved
Mhm.
for individuals looking for a tax break, for lack of a more elegant term. Because all of a sudden, if you put in $1,000 and 500 of it is right off your taxes, that's pretty significant.
It is, and one of the great things about this is that they also provide they have the infrastructure to receive, when it says in kind in particular, it can receive a stock donation, and they can liquidate that for us rather than us or either our foundation having to have that type of financial infrastructure to process that kind of transaction. They can take care of that for us.
Right, if someone's been holding a stock for a long time and it has a significant gain associated with it, that becomes a very, very impactful donation.
Yes.
Any others?
You are a tax professional.
I didn't ever want to be that.
Thank you, Ms. McAllister and Ms. Andrews and Mr. Ridgway. I'm looking forward to, I can't wait till we get to cut that ribbon. That'll be fun. Okay, Mr. Ridgway, it is 4 to 9 o'clock, and this is an important discussion. So, are we ready?
Almost.
So, to remind the team while we're waiting for this to load up, we're required by law to have our preliminary budget voted on in June. So, and the state just finally wrapped up a couple weeks ago. So, a bit of a crunch time. Is that the best way to say it? A little bit of a crunch time frame? I mean, you're planning, so you know what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, there. I stalled. Here we go.
But in terms of your setup there, the statute also requires that you receive a proposed budget more than 30 days prior to the beginning of the fiscal year. So basically, that's by May 31st, you have to receive a proposed budget, and then you have to act on that budget during that 30-day window between then and the start of the fiscal year. So this is, presenting this is why I call it the proposed budget. This is basically meant to serve that statutory requirement that you receive a proposed budget before May 31st. So this is a 172-page package as it has come together. This includes Monument Academy on the end, so this is really a substantially complete budget package. Between now and when you consider it for action in June, there will be some refinements, of course, to that. But really, if you took the opportunity to go through this, a lot of it should seem very familiar to you, because that's been the strategy of how I present it over the course of the spring. And so the things that I present there, now you see coming together in terms of a full package.
That's the slide I have a question on.
This is the slide you have a question on.
Yes, sir.
Very good, because I think something changed between when you saw it last. Is that what you're asking about?
No.
Okay, then what is your question?
My question is number 2, investment in capital projects is going to decrease by $500,000 annually, and to offset the funding reduction in student account averaging. I understand exactly what that means.
Okay.
I want to make sure, though, that we are not doing this at the expense of some capital needs that are I want to make sure we're not pushing capital needs off to the side that really need attention. So I just want to make sure that I remember what I'm getting at is I remember the presentation that was shared and our list, our to-do list, right? And our priority list, and I want to make sure that when we're doing that we are still meeting those priority needs.
So, if you recall the presentation when Melissa presented this with me, and she has the ranking system and everything that she's developed and for scoring all of our needs, the list of priority 1 projects was about $4 million. Okay. And so the reason I start with that is to say, even if we had stayed at the $3 million investment, we weren't going to get all of the priority ones done this year. So, and so by bringing it down to 2.5, we're not really changing our strategy. We are also then basically saying between this year, 25, 26, and next year, 26, 27, we would believe that all of that would be able to be accomplished, even with, in this now, saying we will reduce it by $500,000 a year. So a roundabout way of answering your question.
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Or,
I just want to, what I want to make sure is that we're not in a situation where we're putting Band-Aids on problems.
No, I believe we are handling the project needs in the priority sequence especially, right? Because all those priority 1 projects were sequenced in specific order. And so the ones that most need to be taken care of are being taken care of. And the ones that we can afford to wait yet another year, those are the ones that we've selected for that.
Okay. That answers my question.
Okay.
All right, let's go through 172 pages. Ready?
Break. So, what I want to draw attention to, because I think what has changed between when you saw this last, and I've presented this to SCC and FTC since then, but I haven't had a chance to circle back with you on it, is then the final PPR rate for 25-26 did get a little kick up. And so the reason I left it presented here the way I have by saying, hey, it was PPR rate increase was 2.5%, and I have that struck through and saying now it's 2.7%, is just to emphasize that was a late change in the way the School Finance Act was introduced and then eventually passed, so that our PPR, instead of being $11,060, became $11,080 for 25-26. So that's the 0.2% change. And the other reason to leave it this way is to emphasize that all of that 0.2% change came into number 3, where the average across the district pay change went from 2.8 to 3.0. So that same 0.2 went straight from PPR into the pay change. And so that was a good change, because not only, as I mentioned earlier, the FTC had emphasized trying to make sure that we hit that 2.8% target, but the principals said, gee, that seems pretty close to 3%, any way you can get to 3%. And at the time when they said that, I said, I doubt it. But it was, again, that late change that allowed us to say, hey, you know what, actually, I think we can. And so in terms of what we presented last month in April, where we were still targeting the 2.8%, the final pay schedules then that we ended up using to issue contracts and assignments, we're able to hit that 3% number. And those final pay schedules are in here in the package as well. And if we go,
What page is it?
if you go under staffing and compensation, so that will be on page 94. And this goes through kind of this is the revised by segment pay change then, and then here are the individual pay schedules behind there. Okay.
Yep.
The other thing I wanted to make sure and note tonight was, as we talked earlier with the FTC presentation and the building accountability, that I put a section of the budget package in here for this year that will include the building by building results of the back review and work with principals, et cetera. I have this first slide, which kind of is intended to illustrate kind of an intended flow of conversations, starting there up at the top where we say building level conversations happen in February. And that goes through two different paths, one through school administration, through district administration here, another through the building advisory committee, through the PCAC, through the FTC, and into the PCAC. So both flows of information are intended to come back to you here with this presentation. As Kirsten was mentioning earlier, we are also trying to make sure we appropriately define what the focus of those conversations are. You know, again, we mentioned the FTC was the one that gave the input and the guidance to say, hey, let's try and hit 2.8%. That's not a conversation we want to have on a building by building level, right? Because it's a district level decision. So we need to have that from a district level of input. But there are things that on a building view that we want to have observations from in terms of the community in particular through the back. And so these are the full 4 bullet points of guidance we kind of give them to say, hey, we don't talk about non-trivial and non-capital items. So, you know, Kirsten mentioned not a roof. We also don't want to talk about a lot about like copy paper or pencils, right? It's trying to find something that really affects the programs that are in the building. So we talk about program adds, deletes, you know, regular and extracurricular, things like that, those type of observations. We do look for observations about staffing levels. Again, do we need an extra cafeteria monitor? Do we need playground monitors? Things like that. And then also observations about supplies, equipment, and other resources. So we're trying to, again, identify this as a particular opportunity for building observations to make recommendations to you as the Board of Education when we consider the budget.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
So to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, as an example, if a building needed more paras, or they were requesting more paras, that would be a discussion at the back level, or is that a discussion at the district level still?
Well, it can go through both channels.
Okay.
But again, that's something that we would say, yes, that is a kind of a back eligible conversation that we would like to see and hear from.
That was just a hypothetical.
Right. So behind there, and Kirsten again mentioned you know kind of the rubric that we were talking about, and it's really a fairly simple form. Oops. Where we are taking our strategic priorities down the left side here and saying what do you see at this in case for Lewis Palmer Elementary School that could impact the safe and healthy schools priority. And so what is something in terms of focus area 1, focus area 2, that are their observations that might be helpful and impactful for that strategic priority. And so each page here, so we basically have a single page for every building about what those observations are. And I think what a good next step for this to be would, as we come back in June, maybe at the work session, if we have this on the agenda for the work session, if not, then at the regular meeting, would be a follow-up or feedback from the building level to say, are we or are we not able to do these particular things?
So these conversations have already occurred with the backs, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so these are the feedbacks that come from the backs that come, and the principal's been involved in it, but also, I think we know that not everything on every page is going to be able to be done, but I think it'd be a good opportunity to say, well, what are we able to do in a way, sort of prioritizing the things that are on here. And, some of them have some dollar costs, some of them may not have very much at dollar costs. Here at LPE, we've got a $3,000 request here, but we've got a 1.0 math interventionist there, which, of course, that's a vastly different budget impact. And again, we're wanting the building leaders, the building principals to really be empowered to understand their budget, understand their staffing levels, and say, yes, this is something we can do, or this is something we cannot do, and if we cannot do it, here's why. And so that would be, again, what I would suggest kind of as a good next step as we continue to evolve in this process, because this is just the second year that we've done this, and the point of this is to be able to create a process that formalizes what is really a statutory requirement, if you will, that the Board of Education hears from the community in terms of establishing budget priorities. So this process, and that's a very nebulous type of requirement. So how do we provide some structure to that says, yes, we are not only receiving that, but we're providing some structure for gathering that information.
Are the focus areas in priority? Like, is one focus area one higher priority than two, than three?
I don't know that I would necessarily say that. It probably in some cases it is, but at other times it could just be, here's another idea.
So when we're going through this, and I'm assuming all 5 of us are going to read all 172 pages. I do,
I'm not
actually.
assuming that, but if you want to.
No, I do, because it's one of our prime fiduciary responsibilities as a Board of Education. And obviously we vote on this in the beginning of the summer, and there's some flexibility that we have. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. You always are focusing in on that because things change, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are you anticipating that we will have the information we need and be studied up on this and prepared to vote at our June meeting?
June regular meeting, yes.
Yep, okay. Are there any other questions before I ask if the board has any more questions to ask before they get prepared, do you have anything else that you think we need to be focused on?
So I would just go back to this executive summary section, which again has this one pager. And then what it also has is this section, which should look pretty familiar because this is really part of the regular financial package, but what's different is the data sets that are being presented here. And so the point of this is to say for each individual fund, what is the revenue and expense total budget being proposed, and then how does that compare to the prior year, in this case, this current year of the budget, and then even to the year before that, in terms of its budget and what its final results were. And so what you see here is only full year data sets. So you don't see a 24-25 year to date number here, right? Because we're only 10 months through the year, through April. So what you see is the only number for this year is this year's amended budget, but then we can show last year's budget and then what was last year's actual results. At this point, what I always like to present in terms of the original proposed budget is for each fund to be a balanced budget, meaning revenues and expenses are equal. My standard joke about us not being the federal government says that we have to be balanced, right?
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. It's a sad reality.
I wish it was a joke.
And it appears, what's your estimate to finish the year in terms of the Ridgeway degree of accuracy?
Well, that would be a question for the next presentation. But yes, we are on track for a really tight delivery of results for this year.
Great, thank you.
But what you can see here in this under this 25-26 proposed budget heading is that general fund 55,992,500 in terms of revenue, 55,992,500 in expense, and so every fund as you go down here you would see a balanced budget proposal coming to you, and then all of the detail will be further back in the package for that. Over on the right side of this particular slide is another important part that's part of what you are required to be provided, which is what does this mean in terms of fund balance. And so what is the beginning of year fund balance, or the projected beginning of year fund balance? So for instance, what we see here is the 24-25 budget year to date for the general fund was said we would end this year at $6,095,000 in fund balance. So that would be the projected beginning of year for next year. But because we're presenting a balanced budget for next year, that would also be our end of period projection at this point. And then the only other thing I would draw your attention to is in this all other funds section, and this is where probably the final package in June will have a little bit more detail behind this for some of the particular funds in particular. And this is intended to give, if we have history going back 5 years, and we present that history to you, and then so we have here in this case, and let me find a different fund that has that history. So Fund 18, where we have our insurance activity taken care of. So here's our 5 years of previous full year, 4 years of previous full year history, and then our most recent completed year in terms of showing both the actual and the budget performance. Then we have a section of this year, which has a original budget, and then a variance to the final amended budget, and then also compared to the year-to-date actual of 24-25, which then bridges into the 25-26 proposed budget. So this kind of extended trend, data trend is there for your consumption as well.
You had to use Fund 18. That one's the one that I'm looking over this and I'm finding I have questions later.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll just reach out.
Very good. Maybe one thing I would just point out, because using this as an example since we're on it,
Yep.
as part of our earlier presentations when I said, hey, this is the amount of new money coming from the School Finance Act, and what are we going to put that money towards? One of the consistent things I said we would want to kind of make plans for is an increased spend, $100,000 increased spend for insurance. And so this is where you see this $100,000 number here. And that bridge is bridging off of the amended budget. So it's 1.1 million plus 100,000 is the 1.2 million projection for next year.
Do you remember that conversation?
Okay.
Yep. All right. Anything else for the good of the order on this before we move on? No. Okay. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that is, I'm excited that we were able to get to that 3%. Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Thank you for that
really
work.
A great change at the very end there.
Okay. What are the highlights we need to know really quickly on D6, FP&A?
So just following up on Mr. Schwartz's question there, I always spend a lot of time in the general fund, of course, talking about the graphical presentations, and in this case, talking about the total district general fund expense budget. So as of the end of April, we're 83% of the year completed, and we're showing 80% spent through the year, and personnel costs is at 83.2% against the 83.3%. So yes, coming in pretty tight on that, and utilities are at 82.9 of our amended budget. I would stop there unless you want me to press into something else further in particular, since it's 9 o'clock already.
I had one question on the package, but Tiffany, are we at a place where I can ask it?
Sure. I was actually looking at the utilities graph, so go for it.
Lights are still on.
That's true.
Can we go to page 19 and 172, please?
Back on the budget?
It's actually student count. I suspect it's not budget.
Yeah, no.
But at 172 page, you're on the 172 page packet.
I am. Well, you have so many of these.
Okay, so.
As a tax professional, I suspected you knew where I was going.
I'm not a tax professional. Don't burden me with that.
Too late for that.
I still have it at this hour.
Still have it.
What one are you looking at?
I'm looking at.
Okay, so we're back on the budget package, looking at page 19.
Yeah, I'm looking at projected variance October count, head count.
Okay.
Yes, this
Okay.
one.
So this is projecting student count. Oh, sorry, now I've gone too far.
I just want to make sure that in looking at it, I'm interpreting it as you wrote it or
Okay.
summarized it. Does something in parentheses mean negative?
Yes, something in parentheses means negative.
Okay, so for example, Palm Ridge High School is projected to be down 20 students, and Lewis Palmer High School is projected to be up 20 students.
Yes, that's correct. If we're looking at this column over the right.
Yeah, I'm
either
looking
one of those
at
are the
K through 12 funded count.
Yeah.
Which is probably the same as K through 12 count, yes. Yeah, and
Yes.
so can you just very, very quickly in a sentence or so describe to the board how you came up with this projection, what led you to this conclusion?
So mostly this is a matriculation, a roll forward of our 24-25 October count, saying this year's 9th graders will be next year's 10th graders at the high school.
By some percentage, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And then kind of applying to that, what is our historical pattern of growth by grade? And once we get into high school years, that growth by grade really flattens out and literally flattens out when we get to senior year. But the earlier grades, we kind of have a very well-established pattern of going up by 4%, 3% in terms of count every year. And so that's the main influence on this. Melissa Andrews this year was able to give us a little bit of observations of what she saw in terms of birth rates and how that might affect this year's incoming kindergarten class.
Right.
And in terms of her demographer hat, that's something she'll be able to provide us more of thoroughly into all the other grades next year, especially as we talk about housing developments and things like that in the future. And so this has been pretty much focused on that matriculation, and then taking that to the principals and saying, what is your observation of this? Does this make sense to you from what you are seeing?
Yeah.
You kind of on the front line there. And so in the end, we kind of come to a consensus agreement, say by school, by grade, this is what we believe that the student count would be, and so that we will build the budget upon that.
And if we see a lot of data, so I don't have everything perfect. I seem to think we were pretty darn close when we did this last year to reality when the count came out, yes?
We were, but I also presented that there's so much churn that's happening. I presented it as really as an anomaly that we were as close as we were, because if you recall, what I presented was of the 5,000 plus the students that we have in the operated schools, 1,000 of those students weren't with us the year before. So with that type of churn and change in the year to year, it really kind of is statistically not possible to predict that as well as we did. And so we got lucky more than we were
So
good.
our unique Social Security number churn is like 17%, huh? That's huge. It feels huge.
Unique Social Security number?
Well, individual. Sorry, that's a government term.
Yeah, okay.
It's a federal term.
Yes, yes, and it was abnormally large this year, but even the year before it was 800 students, and so that type of churn is, again, it's why we want to use some historical statistical numbers to that to say, well, this is what we've seen, and so that being included, that flavor and that being included in these numbers gives us kind of the best comfort that we can at this point.
Okay. That's an interesting anomaly that we're in the even 8 out of 5,500 is like what, 12%, right? 12, 13%. Feels big, but that's okay.
It is big, but student mobility and the impact of choice enrollment, choice enrollment is obviously something that this state has come to know and love real well, but it's one of those things that we introduced several years ago without ever really thinking about, well, what happens when it becomes material? Because now it's material.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right, to be continued. How much time do you think we will need on this item in June?
Well, in June, we always have the budget hearing before that, which
Right.
is usually, I think we schedule for about 30 minutes. And I would say by the time we get through that, when we get to the actual board meeting, it should be, I think, a fairly short item.
All right, thank you, sir.
Certainly by my standards. Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on, thank you so much, Mr. Ridgway. Okay, we are in the voting section. We are almost done. E1, consider approved curriculum adoption. Ms. Wetstein.
I don't have any new information to present on this item this evening. We had a thorough discussion at our last regular meeting. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions pertaining to this before we vote? You're looking at me funny. Go for it.
Oh, I'll go ahead and move to approve the adoption and purchase of the curricular resource of U.S. History Interactive Reconstruction to Present 2025 for high school social studies instruction.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There has been a motion and a second to adopt the curriculum. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, Ms. Wood.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. Next item up, E2, consider approve J policy revisions. This is our second reading of these revisions, and we will invite Mr. Frampton back up to the podium for discussion on the proposed J policy changes, and most of these are just small things like the word must to shall or shall to must, right?
Yes, however, we've had the opportunity to get some feedback on JFABB that I want to point out some changes from our first reading last month, in which CASB recommended that we provide an F1 visa allowability to our policy. Upon research, I think we're going to recommend that we revert back to not allowing an F1 visa and prohibiting that. That's a private foreign exchange student. That would require them to pay tuition. It would require us to engage in a SEVIS certification, which would cost us $3,600 to obtain that certification. I can tell you that only 2 school districts that we're aware of actually allow for an F1 visa, and that's Denver and Aurora. And the reason is they get lots of them, and they can use a economy of scale to make that a real beneficial opportunity for them. No one in the Pikes Peak region allows an F1 visa. And I would like to also include or recommend that you consider adding an exclusion for the B1 visa, which is a tourist visa. And what that would do is prohibit a family from coming in for a couple weeks on a tourist visa and enrolling in our schools for 10 days and then leaving again, which has happened.
I was about to ask that question. Thank you for answering that.
How often?
Not regularly, but Jim Taylor indicated that it has happened at some point in the past. They came and visited Grandma for a couple weeks and decided to go to school.
All right. So this doesn't affect our foreign exchange students that we have?
Not at all. Any foreign exchange student who comes through an approved agency will get what's called a J1 visa, which is and the language in this policy is exactly what it was prior to us introducing it last month, and it's still in alignment with CASB's recommendation.
Okay.
So it should not impact anything.
Thank you for pointing that out.
And the other 3 policies have not had any changes in the last month.
So does that go to, no, it does not need to go to a first reading. It can still sit in the second reading.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're making an amendment
Yep.
based on feedback between first and second reading.
And then before we vote on this, I just wanted to point out, I shared with you that I wanted to point out at a future board meeting, I think you said we will look at this on our J policies for JK for us to revisit JK policy. It's not on this, but I just want to remind us to include CRS 22-140, which is the corporal punishment and prohibition definition. I'm not saying we have to include it in the language, just the legal reference.
So when we tackle the JK, we still have many J policies.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have quite a large group of them. JK will be incorporated into that, and I have a note to research that statute that you just quoted and make sure that we have it incorporated effectively.
Yeah, yep. That's all I was asking. When I was looking at other school districts and how they did it, they just did they have it as the reference.
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussions or thoughts on our second reading for our J policy revisions? Nope. Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to move to approve revisions to student policies JEB, JFABB, JII, and JS as presented and recommended by district administration.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second to approve revisions to student policies JEB, JFABB, JII, and JS as presented and recommended by district administration. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Ms. Wood?
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Frampton.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item up is E3, consider approved land purchase agreement. And let's see, who am I inviting up for this one? I think it's Mr. Ridgway. Good evening again, sir.
Hello, Brett Ridgway, Chief Business Officer. How are you doing?
Tax professional.
Not a tax professional.
We're adding to your duties.
Okay,
So-
go ahead. Take it away.
So this is circling back on action that we took back in January, where we received a letter of interest from Tri-Lakes Cares to purchase a portion of our central complex here. And that letter of interest had a 90-day clock associated with it, and which didn't really start until mid-February, because that's when the letter actually got signed. So that's really the start of that clock. So, and part of that, the next phase of that was to bring back a purchase agreement, really a purchase a contract. And at the time that we talked about in January, I said that, yes, that would be the next formal step that we would bring to you. And so Haley Chapin did intend to be here tonight, but she wasn't able to, so we have Tim Chase here with us in case you have any questions from their perspective. But and so what we have here is this purchase agreement, and there's a couple of different documents for you to consider that I think are in your executive content, which is the purchase and sale contract and also the resolution declaring that this piece of land is available for this transaction for you to consider. So both of these have been prepared by our legal counsel. There are dates in the contract, which are kind of normal dates that you set up with a purchase and sale agreement like this, and they are definitely ready to jump in and provide the earnest money and things like that. I think the only caveat I might prepare or indicate there is that we are still in the process with the town and monument in terms of subdividing the parcel and stuff. So in terms of actual closing the transaction, I think we're going to need to get through those hoops. So there's a formal legal description of the parcel of land for that. But this, we can prepare the agreement with it as we have so far, based on the survey work that we've done and basically what we've submitted to the town of Monument.
Any changes or impacts to D38 from our discussion, after our discussion from January 17th?
There are none that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Melissa says no.
No, there's not. Okay. I appreciate also that it shares, that this agreement shares what the purpose and use of the space is and how, like, all the who, what's, when's, where's, or why's is in there.
So to your point, though, one of the things I've wondered about is once we transfer ownership of the land, we have no control over it from then on out. So obviously they would make a great partner, but we never know what could happen from there on out. What would be the feasibility of adding in a first right of refusal to, if they were to ever want to dispose of the property, that we at least get a chance to get it back if we wish to use it, so we have control over that?
Okay, that makes sense. I can explore that with legal and with the team there. Okay. Certainly.
Good question.
Especially given if we consider the long-term potential use of the larger swath of land.
Right. So that's something I could pursue. Definitely, you make sure that we have that question answered and established. If there's another document we want to have before the closing, so I don't know that it precludes us from taking action on the contract here, because that's just going into the next phase. But that would definitely something I'd want to bring back to you before that.
I, as one board member, would appreciate that.
Okay.
If we could pursue that.
Okay.
That gives comfort there too.
That makes a lot of sense.
And it shows that true partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments or discussion for Mr. Ridgway or
Mr. Chase?
Mr. Chase? No? Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to approve the resolution titled Declaring Real Property Surplus, delegating authority to approve a contract and authorizing sale between Lewis Palmer School District 38 and Tri-Lakes Cares.
Seconded.
There's been a motion to approve the resolution titled Declaring Real Property Surplus, delegating authority to approve a contract and authorizing sale between Lewis Palmer School District 38 and Tri-Lakes Cares. And is there any discussion on the motion?
No additional.
No, there is not. Okay, Ms. Wood.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Our next item is E4, consider approval of a response to Monument Academy letter of intent regarding Grace Best facility purchase. And there, we did a resolution. Any thoughts on this one? I actually, before we vote, real quick, I do want to share, it was recently brought to my attention that something I stated as one board member was a little bit misunderstood, so I do want to feel the need to at least share what I meant by that. And in the meantime, I'm going to pull that up real quick so that I know that I said it right. Okay. So my apologies. I'll just find it now. Is there a motion on the table, I guess?
I'd like to approve the resolution titled Declining Letter of Intent to Purchase Grace Best Education Center Property in response to the proposal from Monument Academy Charter School.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion?
Did you find what you wanted to?
Yeah, I did. What I wanted to share real quick was, and I thank you for somebody brought it to my attention, that the context of my words in its entirety had the potential to be misunderstood when I had stated that during our work session, that we could not sell the building without fixing it. And to clarify, what I was stating was, in the entirety of the statement, is I, as one board member, felt that it would be unethical, not in the best interest of a quality education for our students, to sell the building as is for student learning without a clear plan or ability to address the repairs and issues. And we can't afford to do that. Therefore, I felt that we had a moral obligation to ensure that it meets standards. So I just wanted to clarify that was me speaking as one board member and my moral obligation. I also want to share that, as I've stated many times before, regardless of how the majority of the board decides on this resolution, I, as one board member, I really struggled with this. I toggled back and forth because I'm actually am open to liquidating assets that leverages us to be able to better serve our students and our community, and that there is opportunity that we have assets that come from that. That being said, at the same time, I do agree with my fellow board members, as was expressed, and I can appreciate what was expressed at our work session, that there is value to our district and our community and our students with this location. So an offer would have to be something significant enough that is future focused and that sets the district up with capital needs and future goals, and also sets us up to provide a quality education, and also sets us up to be partners in our community. What we had heard many times over in all the different committees is that our community has spoken about what can we do with this land and this asset that benefits multi-generational, multi-community members. And maybe it's a community center. So what does excite me about this is that I believe this does open a door for some innovation, and I think that this still opens a door for us to partner with Monument Academy and the town of Monument. And I actually do appreciate that Monument Academy came to us to partner with us in collaboration and find, in good stewards with kindness in their hearts, to find a path forward. But I also agree and I can respect my fellow board members that this is an asset that we can all work together on, not just one entity over another. So I just wanted to share that that's what I meant when I made my statements at our work session.
Of course, and that was one of probably quite a few reasons why that we've discussed as a board over the years, before some of us were board members. So a lot of thought went into the decision. This wasn't something that we made quickly.
Yep. Yeah. Again, so while we may not be selling the building as is, the board has made clear, the majority of the board has made it clear on how they feel about this asset. It does. Again, it makes me excited to know that Monument Academy has put forth their best to be able to partner with us, and I do look forward to continuing that partnership. So that's what I wanted to share. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Wood.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. Okie dokie. Moving on to number 5 of the E's, approval of consent agenda. There was discussion of pulling some consent agenda items and tabling some items, so this would be the appropriate time if you would like, if any of my fellow board members would want to move to do so.
Yeah, I think the discussion was around item 4, and I'd like to ask that we take a look at it and just understand what the evolutionary cost model has been, revenue return forward, et cetera, and just unpack it a little deeper than what was in this document, so that in the spirit of our fiduciary responsibility, that we understand how this works.
So are you asking to pull it from today, or have Mr. Bridgeway come up and expand on
I'd
it.
like to pull it and actually take a look deeper into it and understand the evolutionary cost model and revenue model associated with it in the spirit of asset utilization.
Does that cause any concerns for timing?
Yeah,
What ti so you would want to table it to,
to the June work session.
so that we can understand as a board? Mr. Ridgway, would you, well, first of all, let's, before I do that, do you have a motion to table? Well, let me do this first. Let me back this up. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I also do want to quickly, I would like to pull approval of the new superintendent contract for discussion, just a quick discussion. It doesn't need to be tabled. Just ask a quick question. So, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Trying to make sure we do this correctly. Well, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items 4 and 5? Or is there anything else anyone else would like to pull? Okay.
Vicki, do you have a?
Well, you truly are pulling 4 for future discussion.
So we're going to table,
Eliminate, you can table, yes, tabling item F4.
yep, so we're going to,
We're not tabling approval of the superintendent.
no,
contract.
we're just pulling
So
that
you
for
can just
discussion.
say, you can say, I just want to discuss it. You don't have to include it in any kind of motion. The motion should just,
Yeah, I was just following how we did it for delegate, like the assemblies for CASB, which will pull something from the consent and then we view. We can do that. That's fine. Can I pull, I'd like to pull number 5 for discussion first. But the reason that we have to do that is that would be part of the discussion of the motion. So what we would do is we would move to approve the consent agenda and table number 4 to our work session. And then I will talk about number 5 during discussion. Did you understand?
No.
Okay, so the motion, what the motion should look like is to approve the consent agenda, tabling item number 4.
Okay.
So less item number 4.
Yes.
excluding item number-
Correct. But you need to put table in it because we are just setting it aside for future discussion.
Like this on the table.
Correct. So you're laying it on the table. So does anybody want to make that motion? Do you understand it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's about to get deep.
All right.
I'd like to go ahead and move to approve the consent agenda amended to table item F4.
That would be correct.
Very good.
Nobody wants to second it, though.
I'll second it.
So there has been a motion to approve the consent agenda with tabling item number 4 to the work session. And we have a second. Is there discussion?
Is this where you'd like to discuss?
Yes.
All right, let's
This
do
is
it.
where I would like to discuss item number 5. And the discussion I would like to make on item number 5 is simply asking Mr. Schwartz, can you give us a high-level review of the contract
Yes.
and the process?
Yes. So the contract is very similar to previous superintendent contracts with almost every single financial aspect being lower than previously. And those were essentially at the request of Ms. Wetstein. And that includes some significant reductions. For example, incentive bonus now becomes, incentive compensation now becomes discretionary and optional by the board versus mandatory. Part of the healthcare provision is nearly a 50% savings for the district. Salary is a savings, and in some of the other non-financial pieces mapped specifically to equity and being almost at a peer financial and benefit level to those that report to Ms. Wetstein.
And I also want to lean in, because it was brought up about assistant superintendent, for example. And that is as I understand it, that's something that Ms. Wetstein, well, that is the role of the superintendent. And as I understand it from Ms. Wetstein, would you like to speak to that a little bit of your thoughts?
I can speak briefly. As I shared in my entry plan during my interview process, the organizational structure of our leadership team is something that we'll be looking at very carefully and intentionally here in the next couple of months, so that we're making decisions based on the needs of our district with input from our team.
Thank you. That's all I had for discussion. Anyone else for discussion on the motion?
When do we think we will have a contract?
10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay. You look like, oh, you're waiting to vote. Okay, Ms. Wood.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Norris?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Dr. Shank?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. And then, last but not least, future meetings. G1, as has been requested to put our consent agenda number 4, the food services discussion, to our June work session. And also a deeper dive into
Yes, we're planning an overview of our academic data results at the June work session. We've also added on our planning document the hearing for the budget at the June regular meeting.
And if it pleases the board and the staff, there was a request made to learn if there was a trend in our disciplinary practices, but if that's if that's too short a notice, then we could potentially push that back to August work session. But if you're prepared for June, then so I as one board member would like to request that that item be presented when the team is ready to present it, and to give you some discretionary time to do that. Is there a consensus on that? Okay, perfect.
One question on future meetings.
Yep.
Does the board have the flexibility, and would the board consider moving the working session out 1 week from June 3rd to June 10th? As I have a family conflict.
I'm open. I'm good.
I might potentially have to, if we do that, I could potentially attend that. That might end up having to be, if the rest of the board is open to that, I'm fine with that. I just may be out of town on some family emergency. It's hard to say it's an emergency when it's that far out, but there's some family situation in Florida, but I can attend by Zoom if I need to, or phone call.
My calendar's messed up. It looks like it's okay.
I'll take that as a win. That's okay.
So instead of the 3rd, it would be the 10th.
Just move it to the right 1 week. Amber, okay with you?
Yes.
Vicki?
And then
okay with your schedule?
And then keep in mind that,
This is the work session.
yes, this is the daytime work session.
We're tentatively scheduled for the retreat on June 18th, and we're still looking to solidify a venue for that day.
And we have our regular board meeting on June
16th.
Yep. And I will make sure that I am in town on the 10th. So I will just make that work.
Thank you all.
Anything else for the good of the order for this evening? Seeing none, okay, we are adjourned at 9:52. This is like old school.